Mr. Nash,
Yes, sir.
can you check your messages, please?
I can. Councilman Greenwell, can I get a mic check when you have a moment?
Yes. Zach.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to get started. First, as always, some announcements. Thank you for joining us for the City of Oklahoma City's teleconference city council meeting. If the teleconference is disconnected at any time during the meeting shall be stopped and reconvened once the audio connection is restored. If communications are unable to be restored within 30 minutes, items remaining for consideration will be continued to later today, April 27th at 1:00 p.m. via teleconference, unless we have had the opportunity to tell you a different time. The agenda and documents are located on okc.gov. Anyone wishing to speak about an agenda item, public hearing, or to speak under citizens to be heard, please call 405-297-2391 or text 405-219-7987 or email cityclerk@okc.gov. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to comment. After 3 minutes, the speaker's microphone will be muted, and a 30-second reminder is provided prior to the microphone being muted. Please ask all participants except the council to keep their phones on mute. When you are called upon to speak other than council members, please press *6 to speak. We're going to begin this morning with an invocation from Pastor Mark Balthrop of Redeemer Reformed Church. Pastor, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Well, go ahead. Thank you for being with us, and go ahead and start when you're ready.
Thank you. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, thank you for giving us a wonderful place to live. Thank you for an open and freely elected government such as we enjoy today. And thank you for your sustaining providence, which has upheld Oklahoma City over 130 years. We pray this morning for the many who suffer under harsh conditions, for those weighed down with the pandemic, both those caring for the sick as well as the sick themselves. For our law enforcement officers and first responders trying to do their jobs with more sensitive and complex challenges than ever. And for the many city employees who put in extra duty. At times, most of us would especially like to stay home. I ask that you would bless this meeting today, give wisdom to the mayor and council members assembled. May they be courageous and inspiring leaders, that Oklahoma City would be a place of order and freedom, of justice and mercy. I ask this in the name of my Lord, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor. All right. Well, I call this meeting of the City Council to order. And we'll begin with Office of the Mayor. First of all, we have a proclamation to read for Work Zone Awareness Week. And I know we also have Rick Moore from the Oklahoma Municipal Contractors with us. But first, let us hear a little bit more about Work Zone Awareness Week. I'd ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas construction work and repairs to our roadways must be done while traffic is still active, putting both motorists and workers at risk every day. And whereas workers diligently continue to improve, rebuild, and maintain roadways so motorists can safely and efficiently travel across Oklahoma City and the state of Oklahoma. And whereas since the citizens of Oklahoma City approved the 2017 General Obligation Bond Package and the Better Street, Safer City temporary sales tax extension, many street construction and resurfacing projects, as well as other infrastructure projects, have been underway, which means many more work zones are appearing on Oklahoma City streets. And whereas there are also an increasing number of work zones statewide, including work zones that are the largest and most complex highway construction projects in state history, such as that at I-235 and I-44 in Oklahoma City. And whereas in Oklahoma work zones over the past 5 years, 83 people were killed, nearly 1,400 people were injured, and there were more than 7,500 collisions, the majority of which resulted from inattentive driving, following too closely, and traveling at unsafe speeds. And whereas the city of Oklahoma City is dedicated to improving work zone safety for both workers and the traveling public. And whereas safety on the roads is shared responsibility, and we must all do our part to keep our roadways safe. And whereas to reduce fatalities and injuries, motorists must remember that work zones need your undivided attention. So put aside distractions, be alert, and stay informed when driving through work zones. Now, therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim April 26th through the 30th, 2021, to be Work Zone Awareness Week in Oklahoma City, and encourage all citizens to exercise care, caution, and patience on the roadways during this designated week and at all times when traveling our roadways.
Thank you so much, and definitely an important message. And we have Rick here. Of course, Rick, former city employee, former chief of staff to the mayor, and now for a long time has been working with our municipal contractors who do all this important and valuable work. Rick, would you like to share a few words this morning?
Thank you, Mayor, and council members, city staff, city manager. Thank all of you for considering this. It is very important not only to my membership, but also to many of our city partners working both in public works and in water, because many times they will tell you that they're just feet away and even at times just inches away from traffic that is swirling past them at high rates of speed. They're down on their hands and knees or they're in a hole. Their ability to escape that is very minimal. So it's very important that this is done. So again, I want to thank all of you for supporting this and for recognizing the fact that this is some people's office. So thank you all for doing it. I really appreciate it on behalf of my membership and also our city partners.
Well, thank you, Rick. And on behalf of the people of Oklahoma City, please pass along our gratitude to your members for the partnership we have in building a better city, literally. So thank you, Rick. Okay, well, now we have some items listed on the agenda. We have some appointments, a couple of reappointments of residents, and then quite a few council appointments to fill, I think in every case, Councilman McAtee's vacancies on various boards. So those are items 3A through 3F that we could take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Mayor, I'm having difficulty logging into PrimeGov. I'll just say.
Okay, we can do a verbal vote right now, and while that's working itself out, how would you like to vote on this motion?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Got it.
Mayor, this is Mark Stonecipher. For some reason, I'm locked in on the portion that talks that is printed moved by, so I can't vote, but I will vote affirmatively, yes.
Okay.
Mayor, this is David Greenwell. I'm not able to vote either, so I'm just going to vote verbally yes.
Okay, got it. I think that's everybody who's currently present. They're not present. All right, passes unanimously. That brings us to item 3G. So this is my first authorship of a proposed ordinance change. I was very involved when I was in the legislature with the issue of occupational licensing. And just to set the stage, over the last century, our nation continued to add occupational licensing requirements imposed by the government. And I find that a lot of others do as well, that became cumbersome and in some cases redundant and in many cases unnecessary. And in the last decade, really all across the country at every level of government, you have seen bipartisan movements to roll back occupational licensing, and to really re-examine many of these licenses on an individual basis and decide in many cases that they were not the role of government and that they're not necessary. I was very involved in that at the state level, authored legislation on it, served on the first task force at the state level examining that issue for the state. And then when I came here, I wanted obviously to work on that here. And over the last few months, I've had the opportunity to work with city staff to examine our 19 existing occupational licenses. And through that exploration, I am coming forward with a proposal to repeal 16 of those 19, and that is also recommended by staff. And that's the big picture view. I believe that maybe we have a short presentation from staff on this proposal. And that's what this proposed ordinance change would do. It would essentially repeal 16 occupational licenses. And of course, like all ordinance change proposals, this would be on 3 meetings, and this is merely its introduction. With that, Mr. City Manager, would you like to introduce whoever is giving the presentation? Maybe Bob?
Yes, sir. Bob Teener, Director of Development Services Department, will just give us a quick update. It's interesting, as the mayor brought this forward to us as a concept, he wanted to meet with us about it. So Bob and his team went ahead and started looking at some of the occupational licenses and the ones they felt like weren't entirely necessary or they were redundant, just like the mayor talked about. And it was really interesting when they came back with recommendations. what the mayor had been provided as recommendations to look at was very consistent with what staff had recommended. So I'd like for Bob just to give a quick update on that and what we believe the impact is here.
This is Bob Teener. It's always good to get it right when the mayor has a question for me. Just briefly, we looked at our 19 occupational licenses, and we went back to 2018. Of the 19, 9 of those licenses, we'd only issued a total of 9. 6 of them we hadn't issued a license in 3 years plus. And so those were pretty easy to figure out that basically an occupational license is issued to the person that's doing the activity. So like an auctioneer would be an example. So we looked at them all. We tracked what the state was doing, if they were reviewing these licenses, and we felt really comfortable with the 16 that you see on your memo, that we could repeal those and not really have any impacts. The 3 that we decided to keep are frozen dessert operators, peddlers, and solicitors. And what we were thinking there is that these people are in the neighborhoods interacting with our citizens. And primarily the benefit here is that the license requires a background check. And we felt that that was important to, just to try to help with the safety of our neighbors and our citizens. So I don't know if anybody has any questions. I can.
Well, and Bob, just to amplify that, I mean, that is essentially the purpose of an occupational license as issued by the government, is to protect the health and safety of the public. And it was ultimately our determination that 16 of them didn't really seem to fulfill that obligation. But those 3, as you indicated, provide for background checks for people that are either going door to door or are serving, I think the official name, as you said, was frozen dessert servers, but that's really for ice cream trucks is what that is. And so obviously that's interacting directly with children in neighborhoods. And so we felt that those were occupational licenses that could be justified. Any questions from the council for me or for Bob? Or
Yeah,
comments?
I'm just really quick question, curious. How many of those licenses for the, I guess, peddler frozen desserts have we issued? And is that a yearly thing that they have to apply for?
That's correct, yearly. We issued 33 frozen dessert operators, 10 peddlers, and 151 solicitors.
Interesting.
And the difference between a peddler and a solicitor, a peddler actually has their merchandise and they're selling it, where a solicitor, I don't think they do it much anymore, but you're soliciting like a magazine subscription or something like that. And the other thing this ordinance does, we're combining peddlers and solicitors in this ordinance, so there'll just be peddlers, a peddler license in the future.
Okay, thank you.
And to that question, I had another question, if you don't mind. With peddlers, so that means if you have someone that's selling t-shirts maybe on the corner or on the street coming from out of town, is that correct?
Yes, they should get a license, apply for a license if they're going to sell merchandise.
Okay, can you explain even that process? Because the only reason I'm asking is I attended a rally last year, and I had a gentleman that was from out of state, and he said it was a little complicated for him to do that compared to other cities. So I'm just curious how we have to do that, the timing and the turnaround period for folks if they are coming from out of state, for them to be able to receive that approval.
Well, I think that the requirement there that really probably delays getting the license is the background check. So when they come to our office, there's an application form that they fill out. They have to have proper ID, and then we'll require them to go and get a background check before we can issue the license. I can get you the the exact timing on what that typically takes. I don't know right offhand, but I can get back with you and tell you how long that takes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Well, if not, we could take a motion to introduce the ordinance. We got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. And I don't know if there's anybody who still can't cast votes electronically, just jump in here. Let me know.
Yeah, I just get to hang out on the screen with the agenda, but it's not bringing up the voting screen.
And you're not stuck on Zoom, right? You've escaped out of that?
I don't understand the question. Sorry, say that again.
Well, sometimes I find myself, I'm looking at the Zoom screen and I forget that I have to escape out of that, and it looks very similar to the Prime screen.
Yeah, I'm on the live meeting screen.
Yeah, okay. Okay, oh, anyways, how would you like to vote then?
Yay.
Thank you. All right, proposed ordinance is introduced unanimously. It will have a public hearing on May 11th, final hearing on May 25th. All right, that concludes Office of the Mayor. Now we're at item 4, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B. We can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Cooper, how do you wish to vote?
I actually can vote on the screen with this one.
Oh, cool. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, item 5, request for uncontested continuances. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. Starting on page 6, this is item 7AG, request for a deferral here, and we're going to defer this one to the May 11th meeting.
Okay.
On page 14, item 9S1, dilapidated structures. All these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item H, 3735 Northwest 11th Street to re-notify for additional structures. Item I, 1735 Northwest 14th Street to re-notify. On page 15, item 9T1, these will all be stricken from the agenda. Item Q, 1736 Northeast 11th Street, the owner is secured. Item T, 1739 Northwest 14th Street, the owner is secured. Item Z, 2015 Northwest 21st Street, the owner is secured. AD, 2326 Southwest 42nd Street, the owner is secured. AE, 2912 Southwest 50th Street, the owner is secured. Item AH, 728 Southwest 133rd Street, the owner is secured. On page 16, item 9U1, all of these items are stricken from the agenda. Item N, 1739 Northwest 14th Street, the owner is secured. Item R, 2015 Northwest 21st Street, the owner is secured. Item U, 2326 Southwest 42nd Street, the owner is secured. And then on page 17, item 9AA, this was a request for an executive session. We're going to strike this item.
AA.
AA. And that is all the items I have.
All right, thank you. Item 6, revocable permits. Item A is a revocable permit with Northeast OKC Renaissance, Inc. for the One OKC Street Festival on May 15th, using rights-of-way and Booker T. Washington Park at 400 North High. We don't have anyone that signed up to speak. Councilwoman Nice, would you like to speak to this item?
I can. I thought we were going to have DeAndre Martin to speak on it. I was told that yesterday, but
I'm getting nods. We may have them on the line.
I am here. I am sorry that I didn't sign up, but I am here.
Great.
What
you want to hear from DeAndre?
yes, DeAndre, go ahead and tell everyone about the event, please.
Thank you so much. One OKC this is our 6th annual street festival. We've hosted it on Northeast 23rd in Rhode Island in the past to highlight the East Point development. We really use the street festival to highlight the different organizations, services, and developments that are happening in Northeast Oklahoma City. Councilwoman Nice has graciously signed up to be the host for our event. And we have food trucks, live performances, and kids activities that'll be a part of the street festival. So yeah, that's the event, and we're open to any questions regarding it.
All right, well, I'll just add to this. As you heard, this is the 6th annual, and very appreciative of Northeast Renaissance and One OKC for the work that they are doing and have done. The first one was at Douglas, and from there they have expanded for 23rd Street. And as you can tell, because of the great things that are happening in that same area where we've had it in the past, the decision has been made to move it to Booker T. Washington Park. So there's going to be a state of Northeast OKC from our elected officials, from the state to the local level, all pertaining to Northeast Oklahoma City, as well as, again, just so many other things that are happening. I know we've seen the mayor in the past, and we've seen some of our council members in the past as well. So this offer is truly extended to everyone, especially our newest council members, for you to come and experience Ward 7 in Northeast Oklahoma City in this One OKC Street Festival. So looking forward to next month and the great things to come for Northeast Renaissance. Thank you, DeAndre. So I will move as soon as the screen pops up for approval.
There's a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 6B is a revocable permit with OKC Public Tennis LLC to hold the OSSAA Girls and Boys State Tennis Tournaments May 7th, 8th, and 14th and 15th at Will Rogers Park. Similarly, I don't believe we have anybody on the line to speak to it, but obviously an exciting event. And Councilman Cooper, would you like to say any words?
Yeah, coincidentally, I took a tour of our city's new tennis center, and I have to tell everybody, if you haven't seen it yet, take a moment, make your way over to Will Rogers Park. When I first announced for this office, I had posted a series of photos that I thought defined Ward 2, and one of them was from Will Rogers Park, and so many people were like, where is that? I don't know that. I was like, it's right here. And I think it's such a gem for our city, that park. And this new tennis center, which is replacing the previous one, we are hosting some award winning players year after year. We are nationally renowned, as it turns out, for our tennis facilities. And it was really cool to learn that. And I'm just honored to represent the ward in which Will Rogers Park and that tennis center resides. I cannot stress enough, please go see what's happening there. And this tournament might be a good time for you all to see what's going on. I'll be talking more about the center as the months come before us. So with that, I would just move for approval.
Great. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, we'll recess the council meeting, convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through H we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through D we could take with one motion. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA and convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we have no items on the agenda. So we will adjourn Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust and reconvene as the council, where we find ourselves on page 4 of your printed agenda, item 7, the consent docket. And there are no scheduled presentations on the consent docket today. So council members, just let me know if there's something you wanted to vote on separately or something you'd like to discuss.
Yes, Mayor. Not for separate votes, but just for discussion and so the public and Ward 2 hears a little bit more about the following items. AR.
Okay.
AU.
Okay.
And then let's see here. AX, please.
Okay.
And that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, I would just like to discuss AF.
Okay.
And I would like to look at AO.
Okay.
I would like to discuss item number, or letter T, like Tom.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, if that's it, we'll take them in order, which means we'll start right there. Councilwoman Young, item T.
Yes, so I look forward to visiting with the applicant regarding this. I've been contacted by numerous residents on adjacent properties concerning the lack of notification for the planning commission meeting, as well as their protests on this particular matter. So I just needed to put that out there. I know many of them have already texted me this morning and would like for me to vote against it at this phase, which I will not do. I will be voting for it to proceed to the next step, but with those meetings forthcoming with the developer and the concerned residents. Thank you.
Very good. Yes, and as you know, yeah, this is just introduction. We'll have a full opportunity for hearing and discussion over the course of the next month. Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, item AF, Councilwoman Hammond.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight this item. This is the request for qualifications for some public art in Lower Scissortail Park. I spoke with our staff just a few weeks ago about the group that they're putting together, the selection committee. And I'm excited about some nearby residents being able to be involved and just the group they're putting together to to envision what some beautiful public art for that area will look like. So just looking forward to more discussion on that in the coming months.
Item AO, Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I just wanted to mention, as you can, some of us may or may not know, Southeast 44th Street from South Santa Fe to High. We have arterial street resurfacing. So I know a lot of folks in that area of our community are happy about that. So just wanted to make mention of what is in the area for our residents on the southeast side of Ward 7. So thank you.
Thank you. Item AR, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, I just wanted for residents to hear a little bit more about what we're hoping to accomplish here with these pedestrian and bike improvements, specifically as it relates to the Deep Fork Greenway Trail from the Katy Trail North to North Grand Boulevard. This is exciting.
Councilman Cooper, this is Eric Winger, Public Works Director. I'm happy to answer the questions. This is a large trail project that's been in the planning stages for some time. What is proposed on the agenda item today is that there's a project maintenance, financing, and right-of-way agreement that's actually with the Oklahoma Department of Transportation that's going to construct one of 5 phases of this project. So there's 5 phases. The total project is significant. It's over $21 million for all 5 phases. which is why we're also working with grant projects and different funding sources to accomplish the work. But when it completed, it'll actually be a trail connection beginning around I-44 in Northeast Grand, running along the Deep Fork River and connecting to I-44 in Northwest Grand. So it's about 4.3 miles total. And this is just one of the first steps to begin putting that project together to allow ODOT to complete one of those 5 phases. The city will be completing the remaining 4 phases. We're anticipating that work will begin as early as this fall 2021, and the phases will be individually bid. So this is that first step.
Thank you for that background. Just a quick follow-up. My understanding, right, is that as we complete this project, that let's say someone lives, you know, Crown Heights, Zachary Taylor neighborhood, kind of close to that I-44, this would be a way for them to basically get across by bike or foot across I-44 over to the north side of I-44 and continue along, essentially connecting them to Northwest 63rd and Grand Boulevard. So Flips Restaurant, Mid-First Bank, Trader Joe's, et cetera. Am I understanding that correctly?
So there is an I-44 crossing that's going to be near Western Avenue. So that is correct. So as a part of this trail project, it's in that I-44 and Western area that it'll be designed and constructed.
And this will better connect Ward 2 as well, pedestrian and bike-wise, to the Honorable Councilwoman Ward 7. And I think that both are just so significant. So I really wanted to highlight those. And then in the weeks ahead of us, I'll bring to residents' attention some of the other pedestrian and bike improvements that are going to connect to that trail, such as one of the recent bonds we just sold this year talks about a street enhancement along Chartel. So in my mind, I'm imagining people will be able to take Chartel a bit better and connect to this trail. So I think some really cool things are ahead of us. And I just really want to applaud those who helped make this happen and your staff especially. So thank you.
Well, there's been a lot of participation and cooperation, coordination with the Parks Department and also with the Planning Department. So it's very many departments working on this project.
Well, thanks to all of you. I'm very, very excited about this work.
And if I may, especially with it connecting in Ward 7, I'm really hopeful that we can continue the connection of the Katy Trail and Deep Fork Trail in the Northeast quadrant. I know we're connected on the north side, but I know there's been some gaps that we're trying to work through on the Northeast side of both of those trails. So I really hope we can find some resolution to make sure all of those trails connect in order for folks to really experience the inclusiveness of experiencing our trail system.
Councilwoman, thanks for bringing up those gaps. I'm not familiar with them. Would you mind kind of helping me understand what they are, where they are specifically?
I'm sure Mr. Winker can help us.
Oh, cool.
I'm going to need to get back with you on some additional information. I mean, I have the information on the Deep Fork today, but I think on the trail plan, I think most are aware that the Bike Walk OKC plan hosted by the Planning Department identifies a lot of the additional and future trail connections that are currently unfunded. And as we work forward in either future grants, potentially the MAPS 4 program, I think those locations can be identified as additional meetings, subcommittee meetings, and future planning are held. So we can definitely bring back more information on that. I just don't have that today.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Okay, item AU, staying with you, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, Eric Winger, I think just you again here, if you wouldn't mind just giving us a little bit of an update on this one as well, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. This is item 7AU, and it's approving funding in the amount of $200,000 to assist with needed bike lane maintenance. So we've constructed a number of bike lanes citywide. Several of those are in need of maintenance. This could include striping. It could include signage that has maybe been damaged or knocked down, but it also includes missing delineators that separate the vehicular traffic from the bicycle traffic on those tier 1 or those protected bike lanes. So with the approval today of the funding, this will allow crews and contractors to go out and start making needed repairs to the existing bike infrastructure.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate you clarifying for us.
Okay, and then item 8X, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, Eric, again, if you just want to give us a little bit of context here, and then I wanted to highlight 2 specific projects, but please.
I'm happy to do so. This is item 7AX, and we are asking for approval to waive the consultant selection procedure to continue utilizing the services of an engineer already engaged to help with the design of 7 sidewalk locations that are listed in the memo. It's multiple locations in multiple wards, but we are working towards a grant program with ACOG. So the design is necessary, and the reason for waiving the consultant selection is that the cost of the project has significantly grown outside of what is included in the current contract. And so with the council's approval today, we'll retain the same engineer, Smith Roberts Ballishweiler, to continue that work. We're working towards an 80-20 grant program with ACOG again, that's going to provide the majority of the construction for these projects. There's 7 locations total. We're responsible for 100% of the design as the city of Oklahoma City. So with your approval, we'll be able to complete those designs and advance these projects to be constructed by ODOT.
Yeah, first, just a bit of clarification, if you could. So there are 2 in Ward 2, and I think these are so important. But the first one, just to help me better understand, it says North Classen Boulevard, Classen Curve to Northwest Expressway. Would you mind explaining a little bit more what residents will see from this particular item?
So I don't have the final plans to give them a specific example, but on each of the 7 locations that are shown, the design will include a sidewalk on both sides of each street. So one of the items that you may notice on the memo is that the cost for these sidewalks is significant. It's estimated that it can be as much as $11.5 million for these, but it's because there's sidewalks on both sides of the street. And we're also going through some very complicated areas that could require retaining walls, a lot of ADA upgrades. So with your approval, the council's approval today, of this resolution waiving the consultant selection, we'll be able to advance that design with the engineer and be able to make a future presentation or future comments on exactly what that will look like when complete.
That's wonderful. A follow-up, if I may. As we move into the design phase, is this going to, in my mind, I think very specifically from the intersection of Northwest Expressway and Classen, then heading north on Classen until we connect to the Belle Isle station and that Classen curve. And that just seems like a very complicated engineering process because the overpass is right there. Is that part of the area we're discussing here?
It is. And I think as you're just noting those areas, the right of way is limited. There's a lot of terrain. There's a lot of drainage areas that are going to have to be crossed specifically in that area of North Classen. And so it is a complicated design. And that's where we'll await the recommendations of the engineer to really determine what's going to be able to be provided. But the goal is a sidewalk on both sides of each of these streets at all 7 locations.
Yeah. And to personalize, and I'm so excited about that, and to personalize this work you're doing, and actually both Councilwoman Hammond and me, we've each received numerous emails from a resident who works over here in the south east corner of the ward, kind of in the Jefferson Park, Central Park area, and works at Belle Isle Station and and doesn't own a car. And coincidentally, I ran into them. They didn't see me, but I saw them when I went wearing my mask, go shopping a couple weekends ago. And I'd received all those emails for the last year or so, asking for more walkability specifically in this area. And I kept telling them I thought it was coming. So this is a very important space because as I was driving from Belle Isle Station that day, I could see much more clearly how difficult it would have been for this individual to get to work. So no, I'm very excited about this work and good luck. I can't imagine being an engineer and having to figure all that out, Eric. So good luck to you and your team.
And I will just add to say that specific experience. There's many a time where I've had to walk under that overpass on the street because there is no sidewalk to get to a bus stop. So yes, a lot of the areas on this list are places that I've heard of real need. So I really am excited to see this happening.
Yeah. Thank you for adding your experience to Councilwoman. I have to say, anytime I've tried to take my bike to Belle Isle Station or Penn Square Mall, it's like a level 8 Mario game once you get there. So the other one I'm really excited about and wanted to bring to residents' attention, and this is already on the memo, but sidewalks also North Pennsylvania from Northwest 36, where that 7-Eleven is, heading south to Northwest 10th. And you see so many desire lines, those kind of indentions along this side of the road where people are already walking. So I'm so excited. And you all have already done some good work over there, Eric. So I'm excited about that. And then Northwest 23rd from Villa heading back east to Western. And that's the OCU corridor. I just think that's so exciting, and it's going to connect to so many cool things that are coming, like the Uptown Street Enhancement Project, some infrastructure improvements coming to Western Avenue, and then ultimately that BRT at Classen. So people being able to walk along 23rd to connect to that. I was just very excited to see this item, and I was very happy to hear from you today, Eric. And thank you for adding your experiences to Councilwoman.
All right. I think you still wanted to, which item was that, Cooper? Was that AX? Okay. All right. Well, I think that concludes all the items that people wanted to speak on. So we can take a motion now to adopt the consent docket. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
I get to hang out with you all again here to cast my vote. It's not coming up, so I'll say yes, please.
Oh, okay, very good. Who do we not have? I'm sorry. Councilwoman Nice, have you had the chance to vote? They're saying you haven't. There we go.
It was slow.
No worries. Passes unanimously. Item 8, concurrent docket. We have items A through W we can adopt with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9, items requiring separate votes. We have item 9A, which is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at the Planning Commission at 10630 Southwest 15th, going from PUD 791 and PUD 1043 to R2. This item was deferred from April 13th, and we do have a couple people, Councilwoman Young, who have signed up to speak in opposition. I don't know if the applicant is here, but I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to assume that Mr. Box is on the line, and I'd like to start with David Box's update from recent conversations before we move to citizens' comments, please.
Sure.
Yeah, this is David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. On behalf of the applicant, Mark Grubbs, who is the civil engineer, also with us today. So this is a site that's approximately 10 acres, just south of Southwest 15th and west of Sarah Road. This is a rezoning application, and the reason that I emphasize that is we also have the platting process that will work independently of this. We've had multiple discussions with the folks that are involved in the church, which is to the west of the creek, as it relates to flooding. I think I'm correct in classifying most of their concerns as not having anything to do with the use of the land, but rather their concerns are related to drainage and general safety for the residents. We have had lots and lots of talks over the past several months, both at Planning Commission, between Planning Commission and Council, and as recently as Saturday morning, we had a fairly lengthy conversation with two members of the church, myself, my client, Mr. Grubbs, and Boyd Fulton joined. So I want to be clear as to what we're doing here. This is 10 acres of duplex. As it relates to the drainage concern, there is no difference in the drainage caused by this 10 acres compared to if it was developed as single family. So What we will have to do as we go to final plat is come up with a solution that is a safe solution for drainage. We will have to do detailed drainage studies that will be submitted to Oklahoma City's engineering department for review and comment and perhaps revision and ultimately approval. But those are not things that can be addressed within the confines of a zoning case. Within the confines of a zoning case, the question presented to you, the council, is whether or not single family or duplex is appropriate. Here, duplex we would believe is appropriate based upon the comprehensive plan. It was recommended for approval by staff with no technical evaluations, and it was unanimously recommended for approval by Planning Commission. Now, with respect to the church, I want to make sure I'm clear because I know they're on the line and they're going to confirm, hopefully, what I'm about to tell you. As it relates to the platting, we intend to ensure that the design is safe from both a pedestrian standpoint, vehicular standpoint, and more importantly to the church, a drainage standpoint. We will work with the church. We will provide all documents as they become available prior to final plats being subjected to a vote by the Planning Commission. We will work also with the Oklahoma City Engineering Department. So we believe that once we are hopefully permitted this zoning and my client can turn his civil engineer loose to go perform all of those necessary detailed drainage studies, that we will be in a position to provide the church with just that, a safe development from a pedestrian standpoint, vehicular standpoint, and drainage standpoint. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Box. The other citizens that have contacted us about this are also in the Westbury addition, which is immediately to the east across Sarah Road from the development. And I assume, and I'm sure you can assure us that, that those drainage studies will take into consideration impacts to that neighborhood as well.
Yes, the drainage study that Mr. Grubbs will have to produce will be not just as it relates to this site, but it'll be a much broader study. The other thing worth noting, as you well know, Councilwoman, is that Sarah Road is about to be widened. And when that project comes online and Sarah Road is widened, of course, the city's project will be required to produce drainage studies and ensure that all drainage is handled through that project. So there are big changes on the way for this part of the city as it relates to drainage and traffic that I think will be positive.
I agree with you about how it will be a positive improvement to the area, and I look forward to it, as I know many residents do. So, Amy, if you would like, we can open it up now to citizens who would like to speak.
All right, I've got those names here. Michael Smith and Karen Graves have notified us they're on the same computer, so they're going to give a little presentation here. Michael and Karen.
Yeah, good morning. This is Michael Smith.
This is Karen Graves.
And can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you for allowing us to participate in this morning's meeting. To continue with what Mr. Box was presenting, I want to thank David Box and to joining the meeting on Saturday that culminated in a favorable efforts here. We had Boyd Fulton and Mark Grubbs, Keith Wilson, Karen Graves, and myself at that discussion, and it was beneficial and ended up in a resolution that's going to be favorable for all involved. And with David Box's efforts and his client's efforts and their commitment and guarantee to pursue those solutions for both the safety and drainage issues in these lands, as part of all future development of the property, the church, United Methodist Church of Good Shepherd, happily and enthusiastically endorses their zoning application that's being offered today. And we were looking forward to continuing working with them and in all aspects of this.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
And I'd like to state that we really appreciate them making a statement that they are going to take into consideration public safety, because that is what the church was the most concerned about. and also drainage onto our church. So, and I do want to thank Mr. Winger for having a phase 1 drainage development across the street from the church. And I see the city developing new ordinances that will also help the drainage in the whole general area. So we're going to keep an open mind and hope we can come up with a solution where people are safe in this development.
Thank you, Mrs. Graves.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, did we have anybody else?
Yes, Jake Bogner. Jake
Mr. Bogner?
Yes, are you there? I apologize.
Yes, you're fine. Go ahead.
Is the volume working now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Again, I am Jake Bogner, a resident of Mustang Creek, which borders the south side of the Mustang Creek rezoning application you see here on our screen. We are concerned about the development of Sarah Road. 100% in agreement with the development of a new urban area. The main concern we as residents have focuses on the access to Sarah Road. A little bit further south of this addition, or this proposed addition, is our addition. Both entrances, exits enter onto Sarah Road. During high flood, or not high flood, but high water runoff through these creeks of Mustang Creek and the 2 bridges that border our addition, definitely low riding vehicles have no access. And I'm sure the city will take this into consideration as we enhance Sarah Road. But all enhancements upon Sarah Road must take into consideration this water drainage issue severely, as we have begun to see residents in our addition water approach their front door during this runoff. Again, more power to the city and the developers for taking the risk. Just asking for your help and assistance in protecting the established residents within this area. Mustang Creek currently has erosion from the advancement of Kilpatrick Turnpike. That's a great addition to our city, but it has sped the velocity and the volume of water down Mustang Creek, and we are seeing erosion. So as I again ask for the protection of our children and our established residents, similar to what Councilperson Cooper and Hammond spoke of earlier, the importance of safety for pedestrians and those who travel our streets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bogner.
Councilwoman, that's everybody who signed up to speak on this item.
Okay, well, I certainly appreciate all the involvement of the citizens in Ward 3 in and around this area. As a former resident of the Westbury neighborhood for several years, when we first moved out to Ward 3, I can second all the concerns that have been expressed, and I can assure those residents that I will be an advocate for good development in that area. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
All right, let's do that electronically now. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. 9B is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 1724, 1728, 1734, and 1736 Northwest First Street, going from R2 to I1. Councilwoman Hammond, I don't have anyone who has signed up to speak.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, this is a pretty simple proposal to just rezone to some light industrial. It was recommended unanimously by the Planning Commission, and I will also move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9C, this is a resolution receiving an amendment to the comprehensive plan, removing the heavy industrial land use typology area layer from the urban low intensity base LUTA designation on a tract located north of Reno and east of the Kilpatrick Turnpike. This was deferred from April 13th. We do not have anyone who has signed up to speak. Councilman Carter.
Yeah, we just moved to go ahead and motion for it.
Okay. Let's do that electronically. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9D, this is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval at 10201 West Reno Avenue, going from AA agriculture to PUD 1808. This was deferred from April 13th, and we don't have anybody who has signed up to speak. Councilman Carter.
I've met with the builder on this one, as well as Mr. Box. I believe he's on the line.
Yes, sir.
David, if you would kind of give just a little bit of background on this.
Sure. Yeah, so David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application. Cindy or staff, could you display the perhaps the aerial? So this is an area known as Westgate, or this is good. That's got along I-40. It's got the large building. It's an office building, a beautiful lake or pond out front. The area was originally designed and envisioned to be an industrial corridor. The item C that you just heard was actually the comp plan change request from the heavy industrial layer to urban low intensity that was approved by Planning Commission. So this area has actually now developed as office and retail and kind of general commercial, not industrial. So this project on the east side of this Westgate area is a multifamily project. There are large-scale employers up and down the I-40 corridor. The developer here is Dick Tannenbaum, who's developed many wonderful projects all over the city, very high-end multifamily. This, we believe, to just be the next piece to fit in with all the other uses that are currently existing and developing as we speak along I-40. At the Planning Commission hearing, it was recommended for approval unanimously. There are 3 TEs originally that we agreed to, and then a 4th TE was added, requiring that dumpsters be located 50 feet from any residentially zoned properties external to the site. Cindy, you may just scroll through briefly. You can see some of the images of how the project interacts with the overall Westgate, and then what this project itself will look like. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so after talking with the builder and then even looking at some of the previous projects they've done, we believe this is going to make a great improvement in this area, and so we move to pass.
All right. Let's do that electronically. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 9E is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 1002 Southwest 138th Street, going from PUD 1480 to PUD 1809. And Councilman Greenwell, we do have a resident who has signed up to speak in opposition. Councilman Greenwell?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Mayor. So with that, having a person signed up to speak, why don't we let the applicant, who's represented by David Box, provide us with an overview of this zoning request?
Sure. Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Cindy, could you go to the aerial, please? there should be another one that shows the development around the western side. So this application is a bit unique in that Councilman Greenwell certainly remembers there was a sizable fight years ago when this originally got approved. And that one works. You can go back one, please. Thank you so much. The site that's outlined there in the bold is the site that we're seeking to rezone today. This land was owned and operated by an oil and gas company. So as we developed our neighborhood, originally the site that you see outlined there was originally supposed to be traditional R1 at some point once the oil and gas company ceased operations. Well, what happened was everything developed around it to the north and to the west. And so there is no access to that spot from the west or the north, because those are developed home sites. So there's no access from the R1. Everything to the east is already zoned R1ZL. And so the only way to access this small little tract is already zoned R1ZL. So what we're seeking to do is to simply zone this little piece R1ZL. From a continuity of home sites, from an appraisal standpoint, it makes sense to have all of those homes that are all on the same street, the same general product type. So you're not mixing different product types within this one pocket of the overall neighborhood. It was recommended for approval by staff. It was, I think, even on the consent docket. Ultimately was unanimously recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. And the protest concerns, Cindy, I'm sorry, if you can go one more time back to the aerial. I'm not sure who's on the line, but there was an individual that we were dealing with that had some concerns about the orientation of the lots to the east of us. We did everything we could to accommodate her to move those lots and orient them the way she wanted. We then offered some fencing requirements. Ultimately, I'm not sure we ended up getting anywhere. Their concern dealt with some trees, and you'll have to really look hard, but there's a handful of trees on that area. Those trees, some of them will have to go as we make way for the lots. Presumably, some of them will be able to stay. Developers will like to keep as many trees as possible as those become amenities and allow them to potentially sell lots for a bit more money. So from a land use perspective, it's R1ZL next to R1ZL. It is compatible. It is compatible with the comprehensive plan, and that is why Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. So we would also ask for your approval.
David, thank you. Could we listen to the caller, please?
Yes, so that is Kara Smith. Kara? Kara, are you there?
I am. I'm
Okay,
here.
go ahead.
I thank you very much. My name is Kara Smith, and I am my address, just to tell you, is 1024 Southwest 138th Street, and I'm lot 1 of the homes that this particular area is directly abutting. And I am speaking in opposition of this application. And I did have a protest that was originally should have been in the record, which I noticed in the packet that it was not, it was at the Planning Commission level, which was not included in the record presented to the council members. So I am concerned about that. Because I'm having to read most of my protest to you, and I only have a limited amount of time. So I would request a little bit more time so that I can get through what I have to say.
I'm sorry, you're saying you have more than 3 minutes. Is that what you're saying?
I'm requesting more than 3 minutes because my original protest was not presented here to the council.
We typically allow that in the context of Planning Commission hearings, but try not to go on too long.
Okay, I will be respectful of everyone's time. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. And so I just wanted to say that in context of what Mr. Box has stated in terms of the lots to the east, which are not subject to this particular proceeding, so I don't think it's really appropriate to address, and his statements are actually incorrect. There's been a lot of misrepresentations by the builder about what they are going to do and in terms of turning around. So I don't want to get into that because that's not what's at issue here. What's at issue here is is the area that's immediately south of my home. My home is lot 1, the first lot just to the north of this area. And so that is my home. And originally, the reason for my opposition of this application is a number of reasons. But just to start off with, that I believe this granting this application will be detrimental to me and my fellow neighbors, because it would allow the applicant to directly ignore the representations made to me and my fellow neighbors that there were no plans then or in the future, even if they ever own the developed land. He talks about this conveyance, a changing in hands of ownership. There were statements made by the builder directly to homeowners, and numerous of us they've told this to, from a range from 4 years ago when I bought my home all the way up to less than 6 months ago when recent homeowners have bought their home in this area that's affected by this. Also, it is detrimental because the type of homes that they're wanting to place in this area are 1,200 to 1,300 zero lot line homes, which are substantially different from what's currently in this neighborhood. There are no zero lot line homes in the area. They're also substantially smaller, and per our declarations for all the other covenants for the homes in this area, there's a minimum requirement of 1,700 square foot. And in fact, the area where I'm located, most of the homes are 2,000 plus square feet, including my home. And so, excuse me, did someone ask me a question?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. And so the applicant has stated that in the application that the PUD proposes allowing to modify the R1 to include 4,000 square foot lots in the subdivision. And he states that the lots in our division are from 4,000 to 7,000, which is actually not correct, which I believe is a mischaracterization of what our neighborhood looks like. Most of the lots are in excess of 7,000. There are some that are excess of 13,000. And there's quite a few that are at least in excess of 10,000. So I believe that part of the statement was that the 4,000 is not too far off from 60% requirement pursuant to the guidelines, which is actually not an accurate assessment based upon the skewed numbers that have been provided to the council. The applicant just merely states that the density ranges are met in his application, but has not provided any numbers as to what the density ranges would be, including these additional 88 units. And then I also would like to argue that if granted, we would lose our privacy and enjoyment of the wooded area and the local wildlife habitat that lives in the wooded area that is behind my home. The small area that, if you go back to the aerial that he depicted and said there was just a small area, a handful of trees, that's not true either. There are well more than a handful of trees in that area. We are looking at aerial, so it looks small to you from here, but if you were actually in the neighborhood, you would notice that it is substantially more extensive than a handful of trees. In fact, the entire dotted line beginning from my lot all the way to the line that's running east and west from the area, that lines the whole entire, all those homes. And there's a substantial amount of trees back there. You can't even see through them. That's how many trees there are back there. And so I think that's an inaccurate assessment as to what the neighborhood looks like. There's also local wildlife back there. I mean, we have anything from the average armadillo to owls, to wild turkeys, to quails, to deers, to even coyotes, but they don't bother us. We have all kinds of birds. Just the other day, there was a red robin that was sitting on my back porch. That's the kind of things that we used in a basis to purchase a home. I use that as a basis for me purchasing that lot. When I purchased my lot, I did not have to buy that lot, and I purchased that with those understandings and with that environment that I used in the consideration of me purchasing my home, as well as my other neighbors. The application talks about urban low density and says it's consistent with the comprehensive plan. But I think that's also an accuracy because UL is really provides for decrease, the guidelines allow for decreased density is appropriate to preserve rural density and to preserve environmental areas and to create significant community amenities. So it is appropriate to have lower densities when you're preserving those kind of things. The comprehensive plan also recommends that preserving natural open spaces and utilizing low impact development techniques whenever possible is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The applicant believes that planting a tree and a shrub will make up for the mature trees that are going to be destroyed. I don't know about you, but it takes at least, if under pristine conditions for a tree to mature, it takes about 30 years. And sometimes longer than that, depending on the tree and depending on the conditions. And certainly with our weather, that might not necessarily happen with young trees. They may be destroyed prior to that. So you have existing mature trees that are going to be destroyed. The applicant has said that the builder is willing to preserve that. That's not the representation that the builder has made to the homeowners. They have so told us specifically they're going to destroy all of that wooded area because they need to have that area where they're going to build homes. There's no way for them to maintain that wooded area with their current platting recommendations. The preliminary plats, which is another case, but I think it's in conjunction with this, and Mr. Box mentioned that actually would remove all of those trees. They're not preserving any of those trees. So that's actually a misrepresentation as well about the intent of the builder to maintain this wooded area. I said, so lastly, and I'll try to wrap up because I know I'm trying to be of interest of time. So I appreciate your time for allowance of time for me. But I also believe that Home Creations and the builder has misrepresented and has been disingenuous. Even if you find that what I've asked the council is not proper and the promises made to the homeowners and the neighborhood cannot be addressed here, I do believe that you do not have to let them do something. You say you have to let them do something with the property that they own. I don't believe that you necessarily have to do what they've asked. In fact, you could deny the application and the applicant can still develop this property, but would have to do it under R1 conditions versus this modified hybrid that it's requesting to put these 0 lot homes. And it's actually within the city council's prerogative to do not exactly what an applicant has requested. The city council does not have to allow the applicant to do anything in a manner that fails to maintain proper relationships with abutting properties, is absent of visual transitions, fails to minimize negative impacts, fails to complement existing abutting properties, fails to preserve and protect healthy, mature trees, and fails to respect desirable natural resources. And also, as I've stated before, the lot sizes are not 60% that's being proposed. And even if the council finds that none of these things are persuasive, then I still think you should have issue with the application because it has misrepresented a number of facts and no one has independently researched them to see that the things that they've stated here are not exactly correct. And they've been disingenuous in saying that they planned these conveyances all along, but for this conveyances and changing of hands, that's the only reason why they didn't do this earlier. But if you look at PUD 1480, which is what the existing zoning for this area is, you don't see 0 lot lines there. If you look at the lots themselves, you can see that the intended purpose for these lots were to be consistent with the lot sizes and home sizes that are currently there. They never intended, they're not there because they were never intended to be 0 lot lines in this particular area. We're talking about PUD 1480, and there's no lots on their original application in 2013 that reflect 0 lot lines, nowhere. In fact, it's zoned R1 and pursuant to 1480, not R1ZL. And so they requested you to maintain a base of R1, but allow them to do the things that would be happening in a R1ZL, which I think is inappropriate. And they never intended that. So I think that is also another misrepresentation. At minimum, the homes in the area needed to be intended to match the home lots and sizes. There's nothing in the comprehensive plan that requires the city council to approve this. In fact, there are a number of environmental statements within the comprehensive plan. There's Sustain Oklahoma City 12, there's G23, there's G25, there's G26, G3 and G4, and they all talk about the preservation of habitat, tree preservation, natural resources. And that, in fact, is what's happening here, is that they're going to destroy the existing natural resources in order to profit. And so for these reasons, I respectfully ask that the council hold them accountable to the ordinance of this great city and which are consistent with the laws of this great state. and deny the modifications requested in these applications for the reasons stated, because I certainly believe that there are a number of misrepresentations that should be at least looked into further before a final determination is made as to what's happening here. And the representations that are being made by the council should actually be placed in the application that they're going to maintain wooded areas versus destroy the wooded areas, because that is not what has been represented to the homeowners who have had numerous discussions with the builder and Mr. Boggs about this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilman Greenwell.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor,
thank you.
may I address a few of those items, Councilman Greenwell?
Yes, please, David.
Cindy, if you could put the zoning map back up, please. So the statement just made was that there's no R1ZL. A cursory review of the zoning map shows you that that is just absolutely a falsity. Everything to the east of the subject tract is zoned R1ZL, and a significant portion moving north of 138th Street, there you go, is already today R1ZL. This is a very small portion of this. The reason that we're seeking this change is because the R1 piece that is developed already to the north and to the west is not able to be accessed to this site. There's no street network that would connect. The only street networks that will connect to this are the places that are already zoned R1ZL. When we talk about zoning, the types of homes that are going to be built, you know, we just had a case 2 weeks ago in Councilwoman Nice's ward where some of the residents got on and were concerned about the size of the home. That's really not a matter that is, I think, proper for a city to consider, because what we're really talking about is we don't want people that can only afford a 1,200 square foot home. And that's just simply not proper. It's not my word that this is compatible with the comprehensive plan. I would seek to have you look at your staff report in which the staff recommends approval with no technical evaluations. It is their independent judgment that this is compatible with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan provisions cited by Ms. Smith deal with rural. This, of course, is not rural. This is already developed out as single family and in some instances commercial. There's no rural quality to this. And as it relates to the trees, my only point was that developers don't seek to just remove all the trees. Trees are seen as amenities. If they can keep any of the trees, they will. Perhaps most will have to come out, but if some trees can be kept, they will certainly keep them. That fact has nothing to do with this application because, as she said, it's already zoned for residential. So the trees being retained have nothing to do with the approval of this application. So we would ask you to approve this consistent with staff's findings as well as a unanimous recommendation from Planning Commission.
David, thank you. Ms. Smith, are you still on the line?
I am, sir.
Did you make a presentation to the Planning Commission when this was presented to the Planning Commission for their review?
I made a presentation, but additional information was provided at the Planning Commission. So I have addressed some of those things here today. But yes, I did make a presentation. And if you will, I would like to correct some things that Mr. Boggs stated that were not accurate regarding my statements. First, I did not say that there were no R1ZL in the entire vicinity. I said there's no R-1ZL in the area at issue for this case, PUD 1480. PUD 1809. So the only area at issue in this case is PUD 1480, which is the existing zoning, which does not include for that particular area any R-1ZL. That is what I specifically stated. And the statement about that the tree preservation is only for rural, that is not accurate. If you will review the comprehensive plan, it is, I'm sure you are more familiar with it than I am, but I was able to identify it very quickly. And it speaks to things that are in addition to rural areas. It speaks to tree preservation in areas outside of that. In fact, your ordinances that I mentioned, a lot of the things I mentioned about maintaining healthy and mature trees is actually in your ordinance. It's not in the comprehensive plan. So that is something that is applicable to this application, regardless of whether there's been development or not. This area was undeveloped for a number. It was a vacant field and wooded area. This is not a developed area. They've only reacquired it recently, and now they're wanting to develop it. So the issues of preserving the trees are relevant here. It is not acceptable to say that they're not relevant because we're not living in a rural area, because I think that would be certainly not consistent with environmental protections, environmental concerns.
Okay, well, thank you, Mrs. Smith. David, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
And it's hard to remember all the issues we addressed back in 2013 because I did not go back to the records for the original zoning request. But it does seem to me that we obtained an agreement, and maybe I'm wrong on this, that the overall average lot size would be of a certain dimension for the entire development. Does that sound familiar to you?
No, what I recall and what I found was that we had specific agreements as it relates to the southernmost lots. The folks that protested back then predominantly were the large rural tracts to the south of the subject site. And we sought to increase those lot sizes, and there was specific wording as it relates to the average lot size along the south. As it relates to the overall development, I was not able to find anything relevant to that because, of course, we have, at the time, we had oil and gas operations on the site. We had commercial, and we also had this, tract of R1ZL.
Yeah, and just for the benefit of the full council, this particular area that we're talking about, HUD 1480, that has not been platted or is that we're working with is half of 13 acres, so approximately 6.5 acres that we're talking about. It's so that's the size of the area that we're talking about. I do think, Ms. Smith, that the developers, because I've seen it in just about every development, to the extent that they can retain any of the trees, especially in the backyards, they will attempt to do that to the extent that they can. And as Mr. Box presented, this area that they just recently required, because there was at some point in time an active oil and gas well, and it was only recently, as you indicated, that they were able to acquire this property through bankruptcy proceedings. And I'm sure they're going to do what is necessary in terms of remediation and all that. So they acquired it. It's connected to the R1Z area, and the only way they can access it is through that neighborhood. So it does make sense to me to allow that R1ZL to be extended for another 6 acres and allow them to fully develop this area.
Mr. Greenwell, may I add something quickly?
Yes, please.
So if you looked at PUD 1480 and their original application in 2013, it included, this became aware to me for the first time at the Planning Commission that in 2013, when they did have the land, but this was prior to me buying my home and the representations being made to me, which were subsequent to them losing that area. So I was not aware of that. But what I'll say is that R-1ZL and R1 was the intended use of this land. And I know what he stated is that the continued development closed the road. All they've done is flip-flopped. If you look at PUD 1480 and look at what they're proposing, and these, I think he had one of if you go back to the platting that's being proposed for this area, they're just flip-flopping it. And so there's nothing to prevent them from maintaining the R1 and the minimum lot sizes and the minimum home sizes just by flip-flopping. Flip-flopping does not require you to change the lot size or the size of the homes. The same amount of area is still there. It's just the access streets have been flip-flopped, which do not have any effect on your lot platting. You just have to flip-flop it. Basically, if you take the 1480 and turn it over, instead of the lots that are facing or on the furthest east, if you flop them over to the furthest west, that's a flip-flop, and essentially you can maintain those lots. And so arguably, the statements made by the applicant that they have to now put these smaller homes and these smaller lots in here is actually disingenuous. It's not true. They can maintain the R1 status, and they've always planned, based upon what they've asserted from their 2013 PUD 1480, to have these R1 lots abutting. Some of them are going to abut these R-1ZL. So it is consistent with their plans they've always stated, even though I wasn't aware of this, and this was not the assertions made to me. But if we're going with what the arguments that the applicant is making, they always considered having it split like this. So the question is, why do you need to have them smaller now? Is it to profit? To throw as many homes in there because smaller homes are cheaper to build versus larger homes. And they're selling these homes. And the statement made by Mr. Box that we don't want someone who can afford $1,200, they're selling these 1,200 square foot homes at $246,000 or $220,000. I don't know about you, but any starter home person looking at 1,200 square foot homes is not looking at that price range. That is not creating any diversity. That is not creating any diversity in income. Those individuals that are going to be buying the homes are not going to be the type of individuals to diversify a neighborhood. You're looking at someone has to be afford a higher priced home.
Yeah, but Mrs. Smith, we can't get involved with determining the size of the home, only the size of the lot.
But what I'm asking is the zoning. You can dictate the zoning. You had previously approved R1. What I'm asking the council is make them at the minimum stick with that. You approved that it was consistent to have R1 and R-1ZL abutting each other. And the area at issue in this PUD 809 is the R1 area. What I'm asking this council is to deny the application, and they can still build and do whatever they want in this area, but they have to do it consistent with the zoning that's appropriate for this area. And all those other things that I've mentioned about preserving things as they're platting this area, preserving these things. I'm not even going to get into the promises because obviously I feel like, you don't believe it's appropriate for them to address here, which is fine. But what I do think is appropriate for you to address here, even despite that, is the zoning issue. And you are able to do that to hold them accountable to an R1 versus allowing them to do this modification and change it to these 4,000 square foot homes. And it was never intended by them. It was never intended by this body because the body approved this R1 and split to RZ1. I'm just asking you to look at PUD 1480 and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. If you don't have that in front of you, it is certainly a part of the record. I was able to pull it, and that is the current. They have a plat here for the area, and the zoning is what was approved. So I'm just asking that the council hold them accountable to those things because that is what was originally approved, and that was the intent of the construction of this neighborhood back in 2013. So if they're saying they're going back to 2013 with just making some modifications because some roads are closed, then they need to stick with, why can't they stick with what they proposed in 2013? That is my question. And that's what I'm asking the council to request. Not that they can't build and not that you get into the size of the homes, but that you can dictate the zoning. And
Councilor,
the
I'm
zoning.
happy to address that if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. My apology.
Councilman Greenwell, would you like me to address that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So, Cindy, we had provided some additional exhibits at Planning Commission that are aerials and show the developed lots. Do we have those? If not, just maybe go back to the plat, that plat with the bolded line around the track at issue here. I cannot see an exhibit. Can everyone else?
No.
Okay. So there's no flip-flopping. Now, I'm not sure what the term is, but the reality, there we go. So you see the street network that is coming into this area comes from the east. You cannot access this area from the north or the west because they are all currently developed as lots as single family. It doesn't make any sense to develop a 6-acre parcel of R1 when everything else to the east of it and what connects to it is R1ZL. From a sales perspective, from a continuity of building type perspective, having the same product types available along street networks when in a neighborhood like this is what is at issue here. To put 6 acres of R1Z or of R1 at the back end of this predominantly R1ZL just doesn't make any sense. The only way to get there is through R1ZL. When you're driving through this, when it was done, it would seem compatible because everything would be consistent in terms of lot sizes and flow. That is why we're seeking to do this. That is why the Planning Commission recommended approval, and that is why your staff recommends approval.
David, thank you for that clarification. One question, and Ms. Smith, I'm going to ask a question, but I'd like for you to limit your response to just this question, okay?
Yes, sir.
Have you all discussed anything, because in some situations when there's a little bit of concern, things like fencing can be used or some other type of means to buffer. Has that been addressed or discussed?
It has been discussed, but the agreements that we made in terms of the east lots, the builder has backtracked on that. And so we have not gone anywhere on that. In terms of the lots at issue in PUD 1809, the builder was unwilling to address any of the concerns and the south lot. The only discussion we had was for the east lots, which are not subject to this PUD 1809.
All right.
Now, Councilman, if I may, we actually had a meeting with Ms. Smith, my client. We actually, at Planning Commission, Ms. Smith asked us to reorient 2 lots. On the fly, at Planning Commission, we agreed to do so. Subsequent to Planning Commission, Ms. Smith had some demands as it relates to fencing. We produced an exhibit of the fencing that she wanted, and we asked in exchange for redoing the lots and adding the fencing, would she withdraw her protest? And she said, well, no, I'm still going to protest you. I've never been involved in a case in which my client gave all of the things that a protester wanted, and the protester still said, well, no, but I'm still going to protest you. That's how negotiations work. You give and you take. So we met all of her demands, but she wasn't willing to backtrack on her protest.
Okay, let me ask
Mr. Greenwell, that is not correct. If we want to talk about the 2 lots, my original protest regarding the 2 lots to the east was that they were going to run a fence along the front. My house faces north. They were going to face these homes to the east, and the backyard and their fencing was going to run across the front of my yard. I have never seen a fence run across the front of someone's yard. And the meeting, it was in fact the builder who proposed that, well, we've already decided how we can cure this issue by flip-flopping these 2 lots to face the same direction as Ms. Smith's. That was actually their proposal by their engineer. My proposal was that no lot should be there at all. I was more, and then so the additional discussions with Mr. Bach's client was that we can flip-flop these back to the east. What if we do these concessions? And one of the concessions, what they were going to push back the fence so it would not run across the front of my yard. And also they guaranteed that they would put a minimum of 1,700 square foot home there. And that was the agreement. And I said, if you are willing to put that fence there that does not run across the front of my yard, and at minimum put a 1,700 square foot home there, then that was agreeable. And I asked for that to be put in writing. And I said, I agreed to do that, and I will submit a statement to the council that I'm agreeable to these east lots. But the protest that is issued here is the protest to the south, which is not the same protest. They have two different applications going on. They have a platting application and they have a zoning application. My protest of the zoning is separate and apart from the platting protest that I've separately submitted. And ultimately, can I just say this real quickly? What they ended up sending me was in writing after I asked for it was the fence running across the front of my yard again. It was not the same as what we discussed. They would not put the things in writing that we actually discussed and agreed upon. So that's why the agreement failed. So if we're talking about negotiations, when you breach agreements, that is not negotiation. That is bad faith engaging of negotiation.
Thank
When
you,
you
Ms. Smith.
tell, when you agree to something.
Ms.
Yes,
Smith,
sir.
please, this isn't the appropriate venue to work out in negotiations. I'm going to suggest that we defer this item for 2 weeks. I'll give an opportunity for you, Mr. Box, myself, perhaps the planning commissioner for this area to revisit this area a little bit more in depth and in an effort to try to get some agreement. I just need to state that Mr. Box's presentations do make sense to me in terms of providing for this. Now, when there are situations that adversely affect an existing homeowner or a group of homeowners, I'm always willing to try to come up with a solution that helps minimize any problems. And that's what we're going to try to do. So I hope you're willing to look at it from that perspective and see what we can come up with in terms of a resolution. So, David, is that agreeable to you that we defer this for 2 weeks?
I mean, if that's your desire, yes, I would suggest that. I mean, her main concerns that she just outlined obviously deal with the lots to the east and the fencing to the east, which is just not part of this application. We have a plat application going concurrently. We can meet and do all the things necessary as we're going through the plat piece. We'd like to move this forward if possible.
No, I understand, David. I just want to have a better understanding of all the issues, and it's challenging for me to get it in this format. So again, Ms. Smith, if you're okay with that, I will recommend that we defer it for 2 weeks. And then all the parties will try to communicate during that time frame to see if an agreement can be reached.
And Councilman, you're willing to be a part of that conversation?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Greenwell.
Yes.
Hey, buddy. I of course won't be a part of your discussions because that's your ward, and where Ms. Smith resides. I do have one request, as you all discuss it. Now, how it ends up, I don't know. But Ms. Smith's argument about the wildlife and the wooded area resonates, as you might guess, very strongly with me. You recall, and I know you and I have discussed for years when we were both COPPA members, and I've mentioned it on this council previously, but as someone who grew up at Southeast 15th and Anderson Road, who, as I grew up, it was this, very similar type R1 single family neighborhood, as I've discussed previously on this council. And some of what Ms. Smith is saying, just it resonates so strongly because my parents heard from, and I can't speak to the veracity of anyone's who's saying what, who did what, or whatever. I can only speak from my own family's experience, where back in in 87, when I was 5 and we moved there, we heard from the people who owned the wooded area around us that, don't worry, this is always going to be wooded. You and your kids are always going to have a nice place to go hang out with the squirrels and these sorts of things. And I know I've mentioned on this council before how there was this just giant beaver dam back there shielded from the road because of all those trees. And now you drive from Post to 15th and it's just all developed. And so much of those trees and those beautiful hills are gone. Thank goodness some developer figured out how to preserve some of it. And it just breaks my heart in a million pieces when I see that dam gone and now an actual cement dam. So that'd just be kind of my request would be to have that to be part of that conversation is this tree area. I just think that's so important in terms of the families who are already growing up there and their kiddos. There's so much in nature that's just so educational. And then also just the ecology. I heard several different animals that Ms. Smith referenced that call that area home. And so again, it makes me think of the squirrels, the beavers, the deer that were out there between 15th and Anderson and Post. So I don't know. I don't know where you are with that, but that's just something that hearing the discussion today, that really resonates very, very strongly with me. And it just seems like so often we just keep losing more and more of our wooded green space. And I look right across the street. I was looking at a map. I know the Orr family farms near there. I just really think about the preservation of farmland and our natural environment. So if possible, that would make me feel more comfortable. But of course, it's your word. I'm just adding that perspective. And thank you for considering it.
James, thank you. When we first heard this proposal back in 2013, one of the issues was, especially for the surrounding existing neighborhoods like Tuscany, we have a significant buffer area. It's a creek and then a lot of wooded area in between this development and Tuscany to the east and a little bit to the south, but mainly to the east. And that still is in place. Again, this is in the center of the development, which was previously owned by an oil and gas company that now has become available due to bankruptcy of the company. So it's going to continue to develop and you'll just be left with like a donut. I mean, it's not necessarily a planned area, and it would just, again, to the extent that you like the rural area, and I do too, we've got it along a creek and a green path. I don't know the technical name of it, to the east of this development. And it's pretty significant because it goes from 134th down south to about 140 something, 150th Street. It's pretty extensive. And we did similar type of buffing to the properties to the south of this area that was already in existence. And immediately to the south of this is a state highway, Highway 37, that's 134th Street. And then immediately to the east of this is Western Avenue, which after 25 years we got resurfaced and widened to 4 lanes, and it's actively used too. So the days of this area, and really all of Ward 5, continues to be further developed. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to defer this for 2 weeks, and all the parties will get together and try to resolve and come up with a compromise.
Okay. We've got a motion electronically there to defer in a second, or there we go. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item is deferred till the meeting in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right. Item 9F is a resolution receiving an amendment to the comprehensive plan, removing the heavy industrial land use typology area layer from the urban low intensity base LUDA designation on a tract located south of I-240 and west of South Sunny Lane Road. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor stated, this is removing the industrial layer off of a 20-acre portion of what will end up being a 93-acre site for a single-family residence. Staff recommended approval. Planning Commission approved it unanimously. Unless someone has some questions, I'll move for approval.
All right. Hearing no questions, we do have a motion and a second. So cast your votes. Item passes unanimously. 9G is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval at 8113 South Sunny Lane Road, going from I-1 and I-2 to PUD 1810. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the item I was just discussing, the 93-acre single-family residential zoning that was related to the previous article. It was again recommended by staff, approved unanimously by Planning Commission. It's going to be a really nice area. It surrounds some of the softball fields the city owns out there. If anyone has any questions, if you don't, I will go ahead and move for approval.
Here we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9H is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 13335 Northeast 50th Street, going from R1 to PUD 1811. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, has anyone signed up to speak?
We do not have anyone.
Okay. I do understand this was approved through Planning Commission, so I will ask for approval.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9I is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 806 Northwest 91st Street, going from R1 to SPUD 1295. Councilman Cooper.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I believe the applicant and or their representation might be on with us today, and I'd like to hear from them, please.
Yes, sir. This is Tim Johnson with Johnson and Associates, representing the applicant. We are at 1 East Sheridan, Oklahoma City. Yeah, this application is for a infill project in the up and coming Britton district. It is 3 vacant lots that are being converted to 14 flats. You can see that we've created an urban setting here at Classen and 91st, but we respected the setback on the north side and pushed the building close to Classen Boulevard on the east side to allow for all the parking to be in the rear. We are proposing to go to Traffic Commission if this is approved and seek to get on-street parking for visitors for this small multifamily workforce housing style of project. Planning Commission did approve. We did make some concessions for the neighbor to the west. It's a dilapidated house that's being renovated. She wanted the landscaping to be on her side of the fence, and so we agreed to do that and agreed to put up a wooden fence on galvanized posts along her, what would be her east property line. You can see by the map that the circulation is geared towards keeping the traffic coming from Classen and leaving on Classen by the directional turn of the driveway. And we agreed to that in the approval of this project. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tim. Just a couple, one clarification and then just a comment. You said again, and I just get a little confused, the Traffic Commission, what has to happen here with the on-street parking? Or is that the same diagonal parking we're seeing right here, or is this in addition to?
No, that's the diagonal parking you see.
Mm-hmm.
It's very similar. There's diagonal parking that's 91st Street has a very wide right of way. Thank you, Cindy. And so there's room to put angle parking. The church to the west has angle parking across its frontage. The church to the north of us, who attended our neighborhood meeting, has requested that we help them get angle parking in front of their church for the same reason. It's a wide right of way. And we've agreed to do that for them. But that has to go to Traffic Commission to get approval. And one of those spaces will have to be handicapped, ADA accessible.
Okay. Yeah, I'm hopeful about this development, and I'm glad you all brought it to us because, as you know, as you mentioned, the Britton District has some placemaking street enhancement investments heading its way, and I'm very excited about that. And working with Councilwoman Nice and the residents and the board there in the Britton District. And equally exciting to me was the bond we sold recently from council about 2 maybe council meetings ago, right? That includes a street enhancement project. Actually, if you can just put that development back up there for this, because I want people to be able to visualize what's coming. So I think sometimes when we put up these developments, it seems abstract and it might be difficult for people to realize where we are. But Britton District, yeah, just right up the road. But Classen Boulevard from Britton down to 63rd is also scheduled because of that recent bond we sold to receive a street enhancement project. Now, what that looks like will be determined, of course, by Public Works Planning and the residents, working, of course, with Councilor Nice and myself. But, you know, that could be anything from wider sidewalks, trees, bike infrastructure, lighting, whatever those sort of needs are that come within the purview of a street enhancement project, which of course we don't know what that will look like yet. But having a multi-family development alongside something like that, alongside a pedestrian, bike-friendly corridor is just key. And I think this was a very smart development here. I like that it's also close to a bus stop on Western. So this is the sort of development in my hopes that someone would be able to access who, as we were hearing in a previous development, there was concerns about affordability and people with kind of exclusionary, like who can live here. And I hope that this development is something that our working class, working middle class, and middle class folk will be able to take advantage of, live here, and God willing, as the Britton District develops, find themselves within walkable, bikeable connectivity to that district. And if they were to go down, heading back south on Classen, you could connect them to employment from everything from Whole Foods to the restaurants there at 63rd. So that's where that walkable, bikeable component is just so important. It connects you to recreation and to employment. So I'm very excited about this and hopeful, fingers crossed, it accomplishes all those goals. And with that, I would move for approval. Although I will also say, Councilor Nice, you're right across the street from me. Is there anything you would want to say about this as well?
No, I think this is a thoughtful development. I will say that as far as workforce housing is concerned. And I think that should be a lot of our focal point going forward, for some of our other neighbors and neighborhoods. So I'm interested to see how this develops. So thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. And that's just a caution I think we should all have, like that affordability, that workforce part is so important because so much of these neighborhoods in this area have been underfunded, left behind, marginalized for so long in terms of infrastructure improvements. And the last thing I ever want to see up here is our developments that are going to price those folk out of these neighborhoods and displace them. Like these street enhancement improvements to Britton District and to Classen should serve them. So I'm hopeful about your development. I think it's very intentional and I'm hopeful about it and what's to come. Thank you. And with that, I'd move for approval.
Thank you.
All right, we're awaiting an electronic motion. There we go. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you all.
All right. 9J is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 7000 Plaza Mayor Boulevard, going from I-2 to SPUD 1298. And Councilman Stone, applicant Wesley Rutledge is available, but only if necessary.
Thank you, Mayor. This is basically a school expansion out at Crossroads, recommended by staff, unanimously approved by Planning Commission. Unless someone has any questions, we'll go ahead and move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 9K is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval at 3700 Southwestern Avenue, going from 01 to SPUD 1300. Councilman Stone.
So this is a request for a approval for a dispensary located on Southwestern. It was, again, there was an early protest on it. I believe it was withdrawn after the protester had discussions with the property owner. Recommended by staff, again, approved unanimously by Planning Commission. If anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to take them. And if not, I will move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9L is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval to close 641 feet of a fire lane easement at 820 South Meridian Avenue. Councilwoman Young.
Unless you have any questions, make a motion to approve.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9M. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for denial. And this is at 11925 Holland Street, going from PUD 605 to I-3. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, has anyone signed up to speak?
Don't seem to have anybody.
Okay. The reason that there was an ask for denial is because this is a request to permit development of a concrete batch plant, which is adjacent to a neighborhood. And therefore, there could be a lot of adverse effects to placing this plant and the noise that could take place in this community. So therefore, again, the Planning Commission did request denial of this application, and due to some of the other neighbors in other areas of our community, based on zoning applications and adverse effects on neighbors, I'm going to go with our Planning Commission on this one and ask that we deny this application, unless there are any questions.
Hearing no questions, we've got a motion for denial on the table. We have a motion and a second. So to vote aye is to deny the application. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, we are now at 9N. This is an ordinance on final hearing to remove all parking restrictions from the south side of Northwest 25th Street between Chartel and Lee. Councilman Cooper.
Yes, I don't believe anyone would have signed up to speak, although this was a resident-inspired zoning case.
We do not. No one has signed up.
Cool. Then with that, I would move for approval.
A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item O is an ordinance on final hearing establishing 90-degree angle parking within a setback parking area on the west side of North Kentucky Avenue from approximately 55 feet south to 151 feet south of the south curb line of Linwood. Councilwoman Hammond.
Thank you. Okay, found my mute button. Yes, this was recommended for approval, and I will also move it for approval.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9P, ordinance on final hearing establishing 60-degree angle parking within a setback parking area on the west side of North Kentucky Avenue from approximately 181 feet south to 246 feet south of the south curb line of Linwood Boulevard. Councilwoman Hammond.
Yes, this is just complementary to the previous application. I will move for approval.
I got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9Q is an ordinance on final hearing to establish reserved parking spaces for the physically disabled in setback parking areas on a variety of areas that I believe are all around Scissortail Park. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager? Is that, yeah, okay.
Yes.
And so this is all in Ward 6, Councilwoman Hammond.
Yeah, this one is it is quite broad because you can, if you look at the map, it is just covering all those areas on that kind of L shape of the park. So I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9R is the public hearing regarding an ordinance proposal relating to nuisance abatement. This had a presentation at our last meeting. You may recall it relates to the impoundment of vehicles. This is the second of 3 meetings. So our next meeting would be the scheduled meeting for possible final consideration. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No one has signed up.
All right, then we will close this public hearing and move on to item S1, another public hearing. This one regarding dilapidated structures here listed, except for those struck at the beginning of the meeting. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak on this public hearing?
No one has signed up.
Hearing that no one has, we might turn to the resolution found at S2, declaring that the structures are dilapidated. If you'd like, if the council wishes to make a motion, they can do so now. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9T1 is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures here listed, except for those struck at the beginning of the meeting. Amy, is there anyone who has signed up to speak in this public hearing?
No, Mayor.
Hearing that no one has, we'll turn to the resolution found at 9T2, declaring that the structures are unsecured. If the council wishes to move the resolution, they have that opportunity now, and we do have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 9U1 is a public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those struck at the beginning of the meeting. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, Mayor.
Hearing that no one has signed up to speak, we have the resolution at 9U2 declaring that the buildings are abandoned, and council can make a motion right now. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 9V1 is a public hearing regarding the fiscal year 2021-22 second action year plan. I'm going to go back to that public hearing in a moment after we hear the presentation related to the resolution found at 9V2 approving the fiscal year 2021-22 second action year plan. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a second year action plan for the consolidated plan, and Chris Varga with the planning department to give us an update on the proposed amendments here on the second, or the proposed second year plan.
He's muted. We can't hear.
Chris, I think you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good morning. This is Chris Varga. I'm with the Housing and Community Development Division Manager in the Planning Department. This resolution relates to our second action plan year of our consolidated plan. Consolidated plan, if you recall, is a 5-year plan that is submitted to HUD and serves as our application and structure for our receipt of our entitlement grants. Those grants being the Community Development Block Grant, the Home Investment Partnership Program, which deals with affordable housing, the Emergency Solutions Grant, which deals with homelessness and prevention of homelessness, the HOPLA for a housing opportunity for persons with AIDS and deals with support for persons with AIDS and their families, the Community Development Block Grant being the largest of those grants, and that relates to serving people principally who are low and moderate income residents in our community. The second year action plan provides the basic budget structure and allocation for those funds. With block grant this year, we got a little over $5,042,780. Home is $2,329,575. ESG is $427,463, and HOPWA $1,003,886. These amounts are determined by HUD each year based on a formula and our city demographics. Basically, these amounts have been fairly consistent with what we have been getting for the last few years, so no significant changes. It does not include any of the special allocations that we have gotten related to COVID. So in this particular resolution, it provides basic allocations for our in-house housing rehab programs, our Strong Neighborhoods Initiative programs, our down payment assistance programs, our CHODOs, our community housing development organizations, as well as a lot of our subrecipient agencies that we typically fund. Community Action Agency gets funding for our emergency home repair program. They operate on our behalf for small business training program. Community Health Service provides health care for the homeless. The Oklahoma City Housing Authority, we provide funding for modernization each year for a few units. Metro Fair Housing, who is our fair housing complaint agency, training and testing agency that does that on behalf of the city for our programs. COPTA provides discounted bus tickets and transportation for elderly, disabled, and homeless. And the Oklahoma Housing Service Redevelopment, that's Positive Paseo and Jefferson Park, is getting an additional funding for their community that they're building on the Walnut community on 24th and Walnut. Urban Renewal gets a standard allocation each year for Slum and Blight and some of their other projects. So basically that's an overview, and I'd be happy to respond to any specific questions that you might have on the budget or programs funded.
Any questions, comments?
Pardon?
I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
First, I know I do want to say thank you to our city staff for the CDBG grant opportunity that was afforded to the market at East Point. Unfortunately, there were some conversations that had to happen with that when the presentation came last month, but here we are with it. I've had some other organizations that have found it very difficult to get through the process of obtaining CDBG in relation to healthcare organizations in the area. So what are the stipulations, if there are any, and the difficulty? Well, it's not just them, actually. I say it's been quite a few different folks that have talk to me about the process. So I'm just curious. I know this is on a case-by-case basis, but what has been the main reason that most people have had to go back to the drawing board or have been denied?
Okay, I can tell you that. CDBG, as well as all of our federal grants, have a lot of complicated details to it. I think the largest problems we see with people trying to obtain CDBG is, one, if you're doing any construction, you have to comply with Davis-Bacon, which is a complicated, Department of Labor program, and it is difficult for people. It requires that your employees be paid weekly and that certain reports be submitted to us weekly. There is always issues with procurement. You're required to use federal competitive procurement when you use CDBG dollars. And a lot of times people come to us with projects where they already have architects and engineers and everybody and friends they work with lined up, and that doesn't necessarily work. You have to go through a competitive process. The other difficulties we see is you must demonstrate a national objective being met. You must demonstrate that you're providing, for most cases, low mod income clientele are being served, and that requires that you actually do income testing and retain those records of people's income. That has proved challenging for a lot of people. It is not necessarily an easy program if you're not familiar with it. None of these programs are. But those are the major areas that we see difficulties in, I think.
Okay, well, I'd like to continue to visit with you about one of our nonprofits that I know is trying to establish a healthcare center in the community that they have continuously been getting in the runaround in a lot of aspects of being able to receive funding. So I know that's a one-off conversation. So I do want to talk about that soon in the future. Pertaining to home funds, I know as we're looking at the allotment that's coming, how are these distributed? Is it on a first come, first served basis or by need? And are folks allowed to go back to the drawing board and possibly ask in addition to, because I do have one that has applied for home funds, but I was told that they were going to apply in relation to something specific for the home funds and they didn't. So I'm just quite curious how that works.
Okay, for home funds, it's a requirement of the grant that at least 15% of home funds be set aside and reserved for CHODOs, or Community Housing Development Organizations. So that's off the top. We also typically fund a down payment assistance program for those low to moderate income home buyers. And so that's another thing that's typically reserved out of home funds. And home is not that big a grant, as you can see. We also fund our housing rehab, some of our housing rehab programs with home funds. So basically when those things are done, a lot of years there's not much left over. Some years there are, if we've gotten some program income unexpectedly, or we've gotten some money that didn't spend that we thought would. And in those years, like in the current time, we typically have a solicitation for projects listed, and it's on our website now. It is for home. We've gotten several in the door. And the way we approach that is that we have a review committee that reviews them on a first come, first served basis. Everything that, for instance, comes in the month of January is reviewed as a batch. Everything that comes in the month of February is reviewed as a batch. And if those projects score well, we come forward with the recommendation for funding. That's typically how it's done. Home also has a lot of detailed strings and requires, particularly for rental, a long-term affordability period, compliance that can be up to 20 years for both the applicant and for the city to monitor. So that's kind of the way it works. A lot of what we've funded lately has been for sale projects. Our CHODOs typically do for sale projects, but there is an open solicitation now. There are 3 applications in-house that have just gone through review committees, so we'll be preparing recommendations for council very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay, having heard the presentation, let me go back to item V1, the public hearing on this item. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No one has signed up.
Okay. We'll close the public hearing and we can now take up the resolution if the council so desires. That's the item found at 9V2. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
My PrimeGov is, oh, never mind.
Are we, clerk's office, are we waiting on anybody here? Councilman Stone, are you there? Have you voted?
I am here, but my voting did not pop up.
Okay, how do you wish to vote?
Yes.
All right. All right, passes unanimously. 9W is a public hearing regarding the real estate sales agreement with No Boundaries International for the sale of property known as Old Fire Station number 16 at 3416 South Robinson. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak in this public hearing?
No one has signed up.
Hearing none, that will close that public hearing. That item will be back for consideration at a future meeting, presumably our next. All right, 9X is a resolution approving real estate sales agreement with Silver Slab Properties for the sale of real property at 1245 Northwest 2nd Street, previously declared surplus to the city, revenue of $303,000, and granting quit claim deed. This is the third meeting this item has appeared on, and it is now ready for final approval if the council so desires. We've got the opportunity here to make a motion, and we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9Y1 is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority authorizing the firm of Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to represent municipal employee Matthew Guy in the Western District of Oklahoma case styled Glover v. County, et cetera, et cetera. Staff is not requesting an executive session on this. So if council wishes to proceed, that is an opportunity they could take.
I think I'd like to hear more about this, if we can refer it to session.
All right, so then we would need a motion to enter into executive session utilizing item 9Y2. So maybe back off that window there that appears to be adoption of the resolution and see if we can do a motion here for executive session. How's it going? There we go. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. What happened?
Mayor, mine is timing out, so I don't know. I'll vote yes.
Amy, what's going on? Okay. The window just sort of disappeared. Do we need to bring it up again for another, just redo the motion? Okay. Looks like maybe we're, no? All right, do we just need to resort to voice voting? Okay, we'll try one more time. All right, passes unanimously. Okay, so that's an executive session on item 9Y. We'll handle that at the conclusion of our other business. Item 9Z1 is a resolution authorizing the municipal council to confess judgment without admitting liability in the case of Slater v. City of OKC. Staff has not requested an executive session. Does the council wish to adopt the resolution? If we get that chance. Okay, here we go. We've got a motion and a second. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 9AA was struck at the beginning of the meeting. Item 9AB is a request to enter into executive session on advice of the municipal councilor to receive confidential communications regarding the case styled Venom 64 v. City of OKC. So we just need a motion to go into executive session. Got a motion. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We will handle that at the conclusion of our other business. 9AC, enter into executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiations for fiscal year 2021-2022 with the FOP, the IAF, and AFSCME. We just need a motion to go into executive session. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We will also handle that at the conclusion of our other business. This brings us to 10A. 10A1 is claims recommended for approval. I don't believe we need executive session, but we could accept a motion to approve the claims. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to item 11, items from council. We do have one listed item, and then we'll go around the virtual horseshoe. The listed item is 11A, resolution recognizing and condemning the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre, introduced by council members Cooper and Nice, and I'll turn it over to them for a presentation.
Councilwoman Nice and I have worked it out where each of us will read a page from the resolution. My only other question is, Councilwoman Nice, do we want to alternate on the be it resolved, and each of us can kind of go back and forth with an item?
That's fine, or we can do it switch out the whereases too.
Oh, I mean, I'm going to trust your judgment because you come from radio.
Well, let's do it that way and see how that works.
Let's do it. I'll let you begin then, please.
Okay. Whereas in the early 20th century, Jim Crow era segregation confined Tulsa, Oklahoma's Black residents within the city's Greenwood district, a neighborhood known as Black Wall Street, where Greenwood residents built a thriving community with a nationally renowned entrepreneurial center. And
whereas Oklahoma City operated similarly to Tulsa as a segregated community, enforced through zoning ordinances instituting segregation, limiting the Black community to areas such as Deep Deuce, the birthplace of award-winning author Ralph Ellison. And
whereas throughout the United States from the 1870s through 1964 Civil Rights Act and 1965 Voting Rights Act, the country's justice system too often left unchecked white supremacy and rampant racial violence such as lynchings and Negro drives. And
whereas in August 1920, 3 white men kidnapped a young Black man, Claude Chandler, from the Oklahoma City jail, lynching him in the city's outskirts after the mayor and police prevented 1,000 armed Black men gathered in Deep Deuce from chasing after the kidnappers to rescue Chandler. And
Whereas racial violence, including Chandler's lynching, heightened the vigilance of Oklahoma's Black residents to protect their lives from violent white mobs and complicit law enforcement. And
Whereas, amidst a climate of white racial hostility and resentment resulting from Black economic success, reports on the morning of May 30th, 1921, of an alleged disputed incident between a Black man and white woman caused Tulsa's white community, including the Tulsa Tribune, to call for the accused Black man's lynching. And
whereas on May 31st, 1921, an armed mob of white men descended upon Greenwood District, launching an event which local officials would later work to remove from their city and state's historical record, describing it, if at all, as a Tulsa race riots, known presently as a Tulsa race massacre. And
whereas, Tulsa County and municipal authorities failed to calm or contain the violence, particularly as civil and law enforcement officials deputized many white men who became, as their agents, participants in the massacre, contributing directly to the ensuing violence through overt and often illegal acts. And
whereas during a 24-hour period, the white mob's violence led to the death of an estimated 300 Black residents and over 800 reports of injuries. And
whereas, the white mob looted, damaged, burned, bombed, or otherwise destroyed approximately 35 square blocks of the Greenwood District, including churches, schools, businesses, a hospital, a library, and an estimated 1,256 homes of Black residents, as well as virtually every other structure, leaving nearly 11,000 Black Tulsans homeless and, effectively, wiping away in Tulsa tens of millions of dollars in Black prosperity and wealth. And
whereas in the wake of the Tulsa Race Massacre, the governor of Oklahoma declared martial law, and units of the Oklahoma National Guard participated in the mass arrests of all or nearly all of Greenwood's surviving residents, specifically removing them from Greenwood to other parts of Tulsa and unlawfully detaining them in holding centers. And
whereas, for decades, Oklahoma local and state governments dismissed claims arising from the 1921, quote, Tulsa race riots, effectively erasing the event from the history and collective memory of white residents until, in 1997, the Oklahoma State Legislature created a commission to study what occurred in Greenwood. And
whereas Black publications such as the Black Dispatch in Oklahoma City played a prominent role in storytelling related to the aftermath, consequences, and long-term recollection of the Tulsa Race Massacre. And
whereas, the commission, consisting of national and state leaders, including Curry Ballard, Dr. Bob Blackburn, and Dr. John Hope Franklin, issued a 200-page report on February 28, 2001, detailing the extent of the massacre for the first time and the decades-long efforts to suppress its recollection. And
whereas despite the commission confirming their roles in the event, no law enforcement officials nor any of the hundreds of white mob members who participated in the violence ever faced prosecution or accountability for the estimated 300 Black lives lost and tens of millions of dollars in Black wealth destroyed, nor did officials ever provide any compensation to the massacre's victims or their descendants. And
whereas, in the aftermath of this historic violence, government and city officials abdicated their responsibility to repair and rebuild the Greenwood neighborhood and community, working actively to block such economic investments and contributing to continued racial disparities in Tulsa, similar to those Black people face across the United States. And
whereas the history of violence against Black people in the United States reflects the ongoing fight to end the legal legacy of white supremacy. And
whereas, in 2021, Significant disparities remain for Black Oklahomans in the areas of wealth, educational attainment, entrepreneurship, homeownership, health care, and life expectancy. And
whereas this year marks the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre.
now, therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Oklahoma City, they do hereby
recognize this tragic event as the Tulsa Race Massacre, though known historically as the Tulsa Race Riots, in honor and respect of the victims, survivors, and their descendants, and
acknowledge the historical significance of this event as one of the largest single instances of state-sanctioned violence against Black people in American history, and
honor the lives and legacies of the estimated 300 Black individuals killed during the massacre, many without proper burial, and the nearly 11,000 Black individuals left homeless and penniless, and
condemn all participants of the Tulsa Race Massacre, including white municipal officials and law enforcement who participated, aided, and abetted this violence, and
condemn past and present efforts to cover up this historical truth and shield the state's white community, especially state and local officials, from accountability for the Tulsa Race Massacre and for other incidents of racial violence at the hands of law enforcement, and
condemn the continued legacy of racism, white supremacy, and prejudice in the United States, particularly in the form of systemic racism and police brutality, and
support the efforts of the Tulsa community to achieve reconciliation, including its re-examination of the potential mass graves of victims from the massacre's aftermath, and
encourage education about the Tulsa Race Massacre, including the horrors of the massacre, the history of white supremacy responsible for the massacre, and subsequent attempts to deny or cover up this event in all elementary and secondary education settings and in higher education across Oklahoma and the United States, and
recognize Oklahoma City's commitment to acknowledge and learn from the history of white supremacy, racism, and racial violence in the United States, including the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing and the Tulsa Race Massacre, as well as to advocate for racial justice and reverse the legacy of white supremacy, and
commit itself to supporting policies and efforts to achieve equality and equity among our city's residents, regardless of race, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, age, disability, political affiliation, or zip code.
adopted by the city council and signed by the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City on this day of 2021.
Councilwoman, I don't know if there's any, thank you for that. And I don't know if there's anything you would add.
I'll just make a couple of comments. Clearly, we see and we understand. Here we are 100 years later, and we're looking at what reconciliation looks like for African American people and communities of color, just in general, but specifically for this, African Americans. And I think it's very important to relate the two incidents that we talked about in this particular resolution pertaining to this young man in 1920 and what happened in 1921. And I want you all to realize and understand Tulsa was the only place where bombs were dropped from our nation on this place of African American people trying to live and make a living for themselves. And because of something that was not true, we have all of these things that were lost by this community, and they are still working to rebuild 100 years later, and their history to be erased because we don't want to recognize those things. We don't want to be known for that. But this is our history. whether we like it or not. This is where we, as Oklahoma City, can let Tulsa and our country know that we stand with the survivors. Although I believe one of the last survivors is no longer with us, but there are descendants of those survivors. And to be clear, there were folks from this era who could not come back to Oklahoma and had to make home in different parts of our country and forever talk about what was left of Tulsa. So I hope we all can look and reflect and even research, if you haven't, a lot of us haven't, the history of not only this, as it was called, a Tulsa race riot, and why it was named a riot, but during the era of 1920, 1919, 1921, there were situations just like this, very similar to this, that happened across the South in different communities. And also, as we look at the historical preference of Greenwood District and how they built themselves, just like we saw Deep Deuce have to build themselves because they were segregated to a certain area, they were able to thrive. And if you have heard of Booker T. Washington or HBCU Tuskegee University, this was known, as far as Tulsa Greenwood District, as the next Black township where people wanted to be, and to mimic in other places of our country this type of district for Black folks. So this is what our history looked like for our communities and folks that look like me that migrated here. And to also remember, in the 1860s, there were already at least 4 established all Black towns in Oklahoma, while we are known as Oklahoma to have over 50 at one time, the most in this country. There were 4 that were established before folks started migrating and began to migrate to this country. So I will say I have had the opportunity to see John Hope Franklin for myself at the Oklahoma History Center and get my book autographed, talking about the Black history of our country from my Black history class that I took at Rose State College. And also to understand the importance of why the Black Dispatch, even during this era, was most important for our community to get that information to the people. And as we continue to look at unmarked in the mass graves, my heart is with Tulsa during this time, and fellow Councilwoman Vanessa Hall Harper, as she represents North Tulsa and leads the community there in a similar situation that we have here, such as a food desert, in creating an oasis food market component for North Tulsa that should be opening next month. So these are the things that happen in communities that I say are purposely ignored. We say underserved, but purposely ignored because of historic and systemic racism. So this recognizes, acknowledges that, and I hope as a city that we'll continue to move forward in speaking the names of history that has taken place in our community, good, bad, or indifferent, and move in a direction of educating ourselves to do better as a city, as a state, as a nation, to come together to recognize that we're all similar. While the color of our skin may be different, we all are very similar in thoughts and ideas. So let's work with that. To me, that's what a One OKC is. So let's work with that, and let's look at how we even tell a new story of the Deep Deuce District. Although we know who came from there, those specific stories, we know the gentrification that's there now, but there's still a story to be told with Greenwood and a story to be told with our Deep Deuce District. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nice, and I'll just echo your sentiments and I'll add the following. I went to some of the best schools supposedly the state has in terms of Nakoma Park and Choctaw. My parents made sure I did. And never once did I learn about these events that Councilwoman Nice and I have just shared with you.
I was in honors English classes, and I had some of the best teachers. I had some of the best history teachers as well. This topic never appeared in our textbooks, and no one ever mentioned it to me. I would not learn about these events, as I just shared with a fellow council member yesterday evening. I would not learn of these events until 2008, when I was 26. That's not right. And the only reason I learned the facts, this history, was as a graduate student at OSU. I was in a class that was teaching the history of race scholarship, like literally all scholarship that existed on race, going back through earlier centuries. And this came up. And it was also only in that class that I finally learned the connection of the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing to the paranoia which existed within Timothy McVeigh's mind. And so much of that paranoia, that anti-government rhetoric, was hand in glove tied to white supremacy, hand in glove, hand in glove. And I never knew that. And now I know. And so it's so important that we as a city make it clear to our residents and to this nation, and quite frankly, this world, that here's where the healing will begin. Here's where the healing must begin. Whether it's the Trail of Tears, the Tulsa Race Massacre, the 1995 bombing, here's where the healing must begin. And I'm very confident in that, because now, as you have heard from this resolution, that history of segregation by zoning ordinance, I want you to think about all those zoning cases we just heard earlier, put those back into context. There was a time barely a few decades ago, we're not talking the 20s, we're talking 50s, 60s. There was a time when someone who looks like me could not live in the majority of the neighborhoods that make up Ward 2. There is a reason why I am the first biracial or Black person outside of Ward 7, where the Honorable Councilwoman Nice serves. There is a reason why I'm the first. And I bring good news about that. It's that in a majority white ward, the residents here, they made history, not me. They did, because they looked at me. They weren't colorblind. They looked right at me. And when they heard me say, ask them rather, what are your concerns for your neighborhood and hopes for our city? I shut up and I listen. And I know that shocks a lot of you because I talk a lot, but I shut up and I listen to folk. I will listen to you as long as you want to talk to me. Just give me that space to speak back with you. And that's what happened door after door after door. And this ward, in this city, in this state, made that history. Ain't that good news? I think that's wonderful news. But the work is so much more ahead of us, because so often people will refute the history or mention, why are you even bringing it up? To which I would respond that 1959, when Clara and her students sat peacefully in desegregated downtown as people hurled the N-word and spit and coffee and threats of violence at these kids, these students who had this idea to peacefully sit in and protest for a hamburger and a Coke on Main Street, right next to where the Devon Tower sits today. 1959 is not a long time ago. And then remember that the Voting Rights and Civil Rights Act of 64 and 65, they ain't so long ago either. And 1967, when we finally made it possible for someone of European descent, like my mother, to marry someone of African descent, like my father, who are from Texarkana and Idabel, Oklahoma. It took that loving Supreme Court case to make it possible for my parents, who loved each other, despite all their problems, loved each other and loved me and my sister. I couldn't have existed. And I was born in 1982. 1967 is not so far removed from 1982. And for so long, so many people say, forget the past, ignore the past. Why are you wallowing in the past? And I'm here to say today, I'm not interested in wallowing. I'm interested in acknowledging, learning from, and healing and moving forward with everybody. And I am convinced
that is the promise, as Councilwoman Nice said, of one OKC. And I know it's our possibility because e pluribus unum, out of many one, Polish Americans, German Americans, African Americans, LGBTQ Americans, Jewish American, Protestant Americans. This is our home. And I think it's the great experiment. It's the great experiment. Can people with different backstories and different histories and different cultures and different ways of worshiping, can they all live together? And we're in that experiment. And I think we're heading in the right direction. Because when I look at this resolution and I remember a time, as you saw with Claude Chandler and the story of its mayor and its police force and what happened then, I can't help but recall the night before I took office when our mayor walked down the center of downtown with me and a group of people who looked like every color of the rainbow, all kinds of different faiths, all of it. And this was a part of downtown where the Klan had marched in 1920s Oklahoma, that the Oklahoman put on its front page and said, ain't that great? We are moving in a better direction, but we can only do that by staring these monsters from our past in the face, learning what created the monster, and together face it, confront it, and move forward. And that's what I think this resolution does. It asks us to speak honestly to a historical truth that we know from honored historians like Curry Ballard, Dr. Blackburn, John Hope Franklin. We know the truth now. So let's acknowledge it. Let's not wallow in it, but let's use it to be honest with ourselves, and let's move forward, not as victims, but as survivors, as a truly resilient people. That is the Oklahoma standard. That is e pluribus unum. That is one OKC. And I am just so honored to share this resolution with you, Councilwoman Nice. And I'd also like to say thank you to JD Baker for your work, and to the other councilors for your consideration of this item. With that, Councilwoman, would you like to move it forward?
I can do that when the screen allows.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Are they present? Councilman Greenwell and Councilman Carter, have you had a chance to vote?
Mine is not popping up, so I'll vote yes verbally.
Okay, thank you.
It's
Councilman Greenwell?
Getting a patient, so I'll vote yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, passes unanimously. Okay, we're still on item 11. Let's go around the horseshoe. We'll start in order today. Councilman Carter.
I just want to thank everybody for their time and the presentations, especially Councilor Cooper and Nice, and just yeah, thank you for the lessons and the history that we have been not able to understand fully, but and the time that we've also had here today. So thank you guys so much for all you've done.
Thank you. Ward 2.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Carter, for those kind words, and really thank you to all the councilors for approving that resolution unanimously. I'm proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, however virtually. First, I'd like to also, I have just a list, I'll try and be brief. The Odyssey School for inviting Councilwoman Nice and I to speak with their students recently. They had a lot of questions about our history, our present, and our future, and I think they're hopeful as well. I also wanted to say thank you to Kristen Torkelson for her continued outreach to our communities along the upcoming Northwest BRT route.
We are continuing to having those stakeholder meetings, and it's really quite nice to see her working with residents, businesses, and with Embark to help make sure that this is a successful endeavor for our city. I also wanted to congratulate Embark for our first fully electric bus and our new compressed natural gas fueling facility. Mayor, thank you for being there. I could not, and I really appreciate the words you shared that day. I really appreciate you for that attendance. City Manager Freeman, this is a quick question for you. I hope it's quick, I don't know. I received an email about a brand new endeavor. It's the Bike and Pedestrian newsletter. And I signed up for it, but it was kind of confusing and I didn't know, what would residents need to do to sign up for that newsletter to learn more about pedestrian and bike improvements heading through better streets and maps for, similar to the ones we heard today in our council meeting?
Yeah, Councilman Zach Nash with the Public Information Office is on, and he is going to give us a quick update there on what we can do.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilman, we were really excited about the Bike Ped newsletter and going out monthly, or more so when news comes up. Residents can go to okc.gov/news, or they could go to the main page of okc.gov, and there is a little splash page that comes up in the bottom right-hand corner that they can just enter their email and select from not only the Bike Ped, but a variety of newsletters that we have out, from Public Works and Streets and Traffic to just city news. So yeah, we really encourage residents to go and sign up on okc.gov for that newsletter.
Thank you for that. And thank you for also putting a word in for the various newsletters our city offers our residents. And also thank you to Maxton Harris for forwarding the previous one to me in terms of the Bike and Pedestrian Guide. I also wanted to remind residents we have an opportunity, rather all of us have an opportunity to share our experiences with law enforcement, public safety, recommendations on what you think would make public safety in the 21st century work even better for our neighborhoods, all of our communities, and for our officers who are sworn to serve and protect. You can send those recommendations or experiences to Voices of OKC at 21CP Solutions. Again, that's Voices of OKCP at 21CP Solutions. And then finally, and I know I'm going to get the name wrong because I just mess up everything, but I wanted to congratulate Minari star Young Jung-yo, who made history as the first Korean actor to win an Oscar. This matters to me quite a bit for two reasons. One, as you all know, in my past life, not only was I a middle school teacher teaching college preparation at Jefferson Middle School, but I also teach film studies at the college level. And so I, in addition to that, serve on our state's film critic group, the Oklahoma Film Critic Association, and we vote annually in our year-end awards. And so this was important not only because of that to me, but also because Minari found itself filmed right here in Oklahoma. And I'm very proud of the filmmaking crew, the local filmmaking crew that worked on that film. And I just wanted to give a shout out to them and their work and applaud them as well. So that is all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 3.
Good morning, Councilman Cooper, Councilwoman Nice. Thank you so much for that presentation. We really appreciate that resolution. Support you in that and your endeavors for your communities. My two items today, again, I talk about the West 10 District. They do a great job of communicating to our neighborhoods along 10th Street and the businesses along there. Coming soon on May the 11th at 7 p.m., the Senior Vice President of the Oklahoma State Fair, Scott Munns, will present an evening of the history of the Oklahoma State Fair, which, if you don't know, started 5 months after the land run. And that history lesson will be presented at Castle Falls venue at 820 North MacArthur. The event is free, but registration is required, and you can find that on the West 10 District Facebook page or website. If you haven't been to Castle Falls, I think I mentioned it last time, such a history nerd. Really loved the presentations that they put out there about Oklahoma history, particularly around the Oklahoma City area. So signing up for their emails is pretty awesome too. The next thing, a shout out to, again, the Oklahoma City Police Department. Several of our officers who work domestic violence cases with Palomar, Oklahoma City's Family Justice Center, were recognized by Acting U.S. Attorney of the Western District of Oklahoma. Operation 922 targets domestic violence and makes our community safer by getting offenders away from their victims. As a domestic violence survivor, this is a very heartfelt thank you to those officers and to Palomar and to supporting agencies that are involved in reducing domestic violence in our city and in our state. That's all I have for today.
Thank you. Ward 4.
Thank you, Mayor. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to visit folks with Lilyfield/Empower, and they gave me a tour of their facilities and also allowed me to observe, the good work that they're doing for our youth in South Oklahoma City. So I wanted to kind of give a shout out and kudos to them, and just reiterate again how much I appreciate them taking the time out of their busy day to share with me what they're doing. Thanks.
Thank you. Ward 5.
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 6.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just start out by thanking the Gatewood Neighborhood Association. They had their annual meeting on Sunday, and I was able to join them virtually to just give some updates and listen to more about what they've been up to and what they are looking forward to. So I just appreciate getting to connect with them. I also want to thank Fertile Ground. I think I've mentioned it before, but monthly I'm headed out to the Homeless Alliance to participate in their campus cleanup volunteer activity. And Fertile Ground brought, I think, 6 or 7 people last week on Tuesday. And if you all remember the weather last Tuesday, it was like 30 degrees and with a wind chill, it was pretty bad outside. But we all went out and did some litter pickup around the campus and kind of on the neighboring streets. So I just appreciate their dedication to the neighborhood as solutions-oriented neighbors. They're just right around the corner from the Homeless Alliance, and just appreciate their participation in that effort. And speaking of, since Fertile Ground is a waste collection facility specifically focused on recycling and composting, next week is International Compost Awareness Week. So I would just encourage anyone to check out Fertile Ground or the I believe it's the Oklahoma Compost Association and Sustainability Association puts on a composting conference every year. They're going to be putting out some information. So if anyone wants to get learn how to compost and divert waste out of our landfills, and it's a great opportunity to learn more about how to do that and get started with that as there will be a lot of information going around about it. And I like to just finish with just echoing some of the former council members who spoke, just thanking council members Cooper and Nice for their bringing forth that resolution. I don't know, I feel like I have a lot of things to think and say about it, but it's just specifically as someone who didn't grow up in Oklahoma, but had relatives. My father is from Bartlesville. My grandma rode, to a one-room schoolhouse as a teacher on a horse in Skeety, Oklahoma, and in the Pawnee area. Knowing that the history of my ancestors in this state is, that they likely didn't actively participate in these sorts of acts, but have passively benefited from them is something I don't take lightly, and that recognizing that, you know, none of us spring out of a blank void, that we all have histories that intertwine and intersect. And, you know, even Councilwoman Nice, to your point about that there were multiple incidents like this happening across the South at the time. I will also mention that they were also happening across the North. Chicago experienced during that red summer an instance of racial violence against because of a young Black boy being on a segregated beach on the lake there in Chicago. I'll also mention, you know, everyone's loves to quote Oregon and tell me to go back to Oregon as some liberal haven. But we'll just, to Councilman Cooper's point about not being taught his history of the race massacre, having, you know, been taught Oklahoma history in schools, I was not taught in my Oregon history classes that Oregon was founded as a white only state, that was the desire of the state, was to be to literally, there were edicts to evict any Black residents who were there when it was a territory that they were meant to comply with. And so, you know, none of us, no matter where we are in this country, are long from that kind of history and those kinds of actions. And I think to your point, Councilman Cooper, it's not wallowing in it, it's recognizing it, because we haven't. And I think, you know, there were some comments made publicly yesterday by Rick Santorum that I think remind us that for some of us, for some reason, we think that this country was a blank slate and is just neutral in a lot of ways. And unless we really face that history, we really can't move forward in any meaningful way. So, and again, to the point of, you know, just that sentiment that that we, for some reason, think of these quote unquote blue states as these havens of, you know, goodness and liberalism or whatever they get typified as. You know, the Oklahoma City bomber was inspired by and communed with people in places I am from in Oregon, where these white supremacist folks and collectives tend to congregate in rural Idaho. You know, that these movements are not, again, they're not disconnected to the things that we've experienced in our city and the violence and the loss that our city has experienced. So I do really appreciate you all bringing forth that resolution, and hopefully it'll be an opportunity for other folks in our community to learn more about our history, because I did not know about this young man in Oklahoma City in the 1920s. So I appreciate the opportunity to learn more about even the histories that we don't talk about from our own city. So thank you.
Thank you. Ward 7.
Yes. First, I would be remiss if I did not thank JD Baker as well. So thank you, JD, for helping Councilperson Cooper and I to do this work and make these words meaningful. And to our council members, Carter, Young, Stone Cipher, Greenwell, thank you. Jobeth, Hammond, thank you for voting with us. This is very important for us to acknowledge and recognize. So I'm thankful that we had unification, and thank you, Mayor, for the unification in this vote for us to acknowledge what has taken place. But I do want to give you just a little history lesson as we look at this too. When we talked about our saving places for the National Trust, as far as us being able to save the Brockway Center and the Lyons Lester Mansion, one of the things that happened we were in those two buildings, those two structures were listed in the last class as far as the saving places, which is acknowledging and preserving African-American monuments and buildings and structures. Mount Vernon Church was also, of Tulsa, was also listed with our two structures to be preserved and acknowledged and continue to tell the story of the fabric of what took place in Tulsa. So it's really even cool to correlate those two stories as far as the church with the buildings that we have in Oklahoma City in this type of conversation. Another couple of things that I wanted to mention. I know Councilwoman Hammond talked about composting. I know you can take composting classes at the OSU OKC Extension in the ward by the area. I said I was going to take one. And I'll probably do that this summer. But I know they offer master composting and composting classes. So if you ever have the urge, I would also agree that that's something that we should all look into for ourselves and our neighbors as well. I do want to recognize Oklahoma Contemporary. This past Saturday, they did a concert acknowledging the Tulsa Race Massacre as well. There is a show themed Little Fires in Africa. It's a project from folks from all across Oklahoma, not just Tulsa, but Oklahoma City. And their album will be recorded by Motown Records. So this is going to be something that will be nationally able to be listened to across our country based on the accounts and the different genres and ways of them displaying their talents through music as far as this project is concerned. So that was a really powerful show. And thank you to Oklahoma Contemporary for hosting such a show as that they had. I also want to thank the Kindred Spirits and my dear friends for hosting a reception on my behalf. And I asked that folks, if they were able to come or not come, donate on behalf of the Willa D. Johnson Recreation Endowment Fund. And we raised well over $1,000 just in a couple of hours for people to say they support this effort. So we still have some way to go. So if anyone wants to be a part of this effort, we're being matched dollar for dollar up to $50,000. And we are excited about the potential of hoping to meet that goal by the end of this year. So we do have some more work to do, but I don't think that it won't be done for us to ensure that we are creating a legacy and maintaining the legacy for Miss Willa Johnson. And also the Steamroller Festival. If you had not experienced the Steamroller Festival, you missed out. And hopefully they'll have another one next year. I really just literally found out about it last week when I was invited to the art space at Untitled, and just to experience a big steamroller helping to create large prints. That was pretty awesome to see in our city. So I know they had to postpone it a couple times because of weather and just overall, I think they canceled it last year because of COVID, but it was on this year and the steamroller was rolling. So if you have a chance to just visit and support the young people at Art Space at Untitled, I would encourage you to do so. I understand the programming that they have is for students from all across the state that have been participating. So that means even Oklahoma City Public Schools, so all of our schools, and working to get some other schools added into their programming. And they also have programming for adults, but I just say that to say it's a pretty cool experience. So if you haven't been there, I was blown away by the steam press and everything that they have, because they have one of the oldest lettering machines, if I'm not mistaken, in the state. And I want to say one of the biggest collections in the country, if I may be mistaken by that, but I believe I'm sort of correct by what I'm saying. And I also got to meet a talented young artist, Brie Lachey, and I bought a piece of her work. I would show it to you, but if you come to my office, I'll make sure you see it. But it's a photo of Bessie Coleman. who was the first African American to receive her pilot license, and she went to Langston University. So when I saw it, it spoke to me. So you will be seeing that displayed in my office. So Boyd will be in here a little later to help me make sure it gets posted in here. I know I don't have room for any more things, but we're working through it. A couple of other things I did want to say. Councilperson Cooper did mention Mr. Crux class at Odyssey. We had a good time speaking to those young people. And yesterday I got to speak to Heritage Hall's civics class, Mr. Gaston, who is also a resident of Ward 7, speak to his civics class about local government and municipal government. Let's see. I also had to look at and say thank you to everyone that helped to make the Market at East Point grand opening a success. Our city manager was there. We had some of our city staff and folks from our community there. And there are so many thank yous that to make that just speak. That's amazing. And so I hope that you have been able to get there. And Councilperson Greenwell, we're still waiting on you. So I'll meet you up there so we can go shopping. So, but I do know that there are some really great options. I've had quite a few people talk about the ways that they can get fresh herbs that our community hadn't seen in a long time, and even Bluebell ice cream. Can you believe that? Folks have said you cannot buy Bluebell ice cream on the east side until now. So these are the disparities that take place. It's just the small things that we've been able to do with this market to provide for our community. So many thank yous. Monarch Properties, again, our Restore OKC, the young people and interns, the Alliance, Rudy Construction, Garner Architects for what they've been able to do. And I understand that sales projections have exceeded the expectation just in the few days that they've been open. So again, that speaks to why this was necessary for our community. And thank you to Embark for continuing to make sure we have a dedicated bus opportunity for our residents there as well. I know the mayor gets to experience Flaming Lip concerts, but let me say, I got to see my first Flaming Lip show in a bubble. So I think I topped you on that one, being able to see the Flaming Lips for the first time ever. And that was the trippiest show I have ever seen. But it was very cool to experience them in our own city. And this bubble concert has been globally recognized for them to do this in Oklahoma City. For those who did not know, I had no idea how they did that, but until I went and experienced it for myself. But Wayne Coyne, he's absolutely different, and it was an interesting show. I'm almost done. So I do want to also say we look at what happened with accountability for last week with the verdict of Derek Chauvin and the George Floyd death. And I hope pertaining to our other cases that we have on the books and understanding the terrified cries of a grandmother whose arms were broken in Oklahoma City, that we can do better by our residents and in the folks that we love and consider protected and served. And this is one of my last things before I close. May 4th, the Millwood We Are Beautiful exhibit is happening at 5:30. So there's going to be an art exhibit. But I want to close with this. I'm quite disappointed in conversations that I have to continue to have, and they've already been asked why we have to continue to have the conversations pertaining to some of our public entities that work with the city, with accountability and transparency. And the reason I say this is because there were, last month, you all received a letter from a young man that's in Ward 7 talking about how he was unable to get funds through the Alliance and really through the urban renewal as far as the micro business grant. So therefore, conversations continue to happen whereas there was an ask that we meet with the folks who needed help. And also, I asked and said, make sure I am aware of this meeting so I can help, if possible, to get the location or find out what we need to do pertaining to our residents to find out what's going on and how we can move forward, because this grant is specific to this area of our community for them to be able to receive grants because of what has taken place during COVID. So as we continue to try to work through that, the meeting happened. The meeting happened without me. And when I asked about the meeting and why it happened, it was just an apology. So I have difficulty with the temerity of the alliance and being able to work with our community and myself for transparency and openness when it comes to serving our residents and our businesses. So for those who may say, have you already talked to them? Yes, I've continued to talk to them. And here we are continuously. So I wanted to make sure that was on public record, that we continue to have these conversations still to no avail for us to be able to have a working, transparent relationship. And so for anyone to say, well, why come she doesn't work well with this person? Well, let's look at what's happening. Let's look at the historical trauma that's taken place in certain communities and the people who have to represent those places because of what urban renewal has brought to our communities of color and our underrepresented and purposely ignored communities. So I'm going to continue to work through what I can pertaining to this relationship. But please know, I am quite disappointed in the continuous lack of transparency and how we move forward. I'm still working to figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 8.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I want to say to Nikki and to James, thank you for a very heartfelt and meaningful presentation today. I know for me, it was indeed very meaningful, so thank you. Second, I want to thank Chris Browning and his staff and Doug Cupper and his staff. We approved today the land acquisition that's going to help with the Cameron soccer fields. That's good for the park. That's good for soccer, but most of all, it's great for our young kids. And so thank you to all those people that worked on that land acquisition. And then third, last, I'd like to thank the council today for approving the awarding of the contract for the Senior Wellness Center #1's additional improvements. That is so important to so many people that are using that facility. And I know the facility dropped with numbers during the pandemic, but the reports that I received today is that enrollment is up on the upswing and things are looking good, and the Wellness Center is in good financial condition. So I just want to tell everybody on the Horseshoe, thank you.
Mayor?
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Hey, from over here in Ward 2. I made a mistake I learned from our council staff earlier. The email address for anybody who wanted to reach out to our city's consultants regarding law enforcement, it's voicesofokc@21cpsolutions.com. I left the .com off earlier. Forgive me, but that was something that staff brought to my attention. I just wanted to make sure that was there. But it also reminded me of just two quick other things, but I think are very important. One, I mentioned that first, also thank you, Mark, for your kind words, Councilman Stonecipher, excuse me. But I'd mentioned that there's a global need for that sort of a democracy within each country kind of thing. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that recently our current administration made an acknowledgement about what happened during World War I, these mass killings of Armenians by the Ottoman Turkish forces. I'm just quoting now from NPR. Many historians agree that what the Ottoman Turkish forces did to the Armenians amounts to genocide. And what we do know is that up to 1.5 million Armenians were killed or deported in the violence unleashed by the Ottoman Turks starting on April 24th, 1915. And if you just take those dates in your head, 1915 there, 1921 in Tulsa, I think you can see that across the continent, there has long been a history of not acknowledging and valuing the differences of everybody who makes up a country. And so I wanted to just mention that acknowledgement happened recently. And then finally, on a much nicer note, this past week, we saw the dedication and unveiling of the Clara Luper portrait, the official portrait there at Oklahoma City University. Leandre Lattimore, who is an OCU alum, created this. And I happened to see the unveiling after I finished teaching last Thursday. And that's as I noted earlier, Clara Luper, who with her students worked to nonviolently desegregate our city. And this is the portrait, and they ensured that we got those who attended an individualized copy, and I will have this in my Ward 2 office. And just wanted to bring that to our conversation as well. Thank you for those amendments.
All right, thank you. That concludes item 11, items from council, which brings us to item 12, city manager reports. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir, Mayor. We have several items on today for city manager reports, but we have two presentations. The first one is the recognition of the 30th anniversary of the Women's College World Series, and the CEO of USA Softball, Craig Kress, is here with us today. Appreciate Craig's leadership in this area and his partnership with the city for so many years. And Craig, I'll turn it over to you for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. It's great to be with each and every one of you today, even though it is virtual. This is getting to be the way of the world as we move forward. I won't take much of your time. I know you've had a busy agenda today, like every other council meeting that you have. USA Softball is just very fortunate to be in Oklahoma City and have the support that we have of the citizens of Oklahoma City, as well as the mayor and the council here. So it's greatly appreciated. And just as a quick note, we sit in at the Adventure District and are part of Ward 7. So Councilwoman Nice, thank you very much for your representation of us. And I've enjoyed listening to the council presentations for most of the morning. So thank you. I'm going to give a quick presentation here. And as City Manager Freeman said, we are getting ready to host our 30th year of the Women's College World Series. It started back in 1990. We had some very humble beginnings in the northeast part of Oklahoma City. And ASA at that time, now USA Softball, is the one that really created the original structure of the diamonds and the complex. And we had 2 fields. And then we felt the need for us to take it to another level. We needed to involve, obviously, the city and the council and the voters of our city. So I want to take you from 2000, of what we started, or 1990, what we started with, to where we are now in 2020. Last year was supposed to have been our 30th year for the College World Series, and obviously we're delayed a year because of COVID. And at this point in time, we're looking at having the World Series this year, and our plan with the NCAA and the Oklahoma City, County, and Health is to have 50% capacity at this event. That's the plan we submitted and what the NCAA is allowing us to push forward with now, since it's an outdoor event. I'm going to do my best now to share my screen on the presentation. I hope everyone can see that. Please, someone acknowledge if you cannot.
Doesn't look like it's coming through, Craig.
Would you like us to share that for you?
Yeah, if it's not showing, because I'm showing it on my screen. So if it's not.
Okay, we'll work on getting that up
Not
for you.
coming up there. Any luck, Amy? That might have been what we started with. So
there you go.
Great. I appreciate that. Just want to start it. You can see in the top left there, the original scoreboard that was going up. And then this was, again, 1990. You see the original stadium background that's in there with the dugouts and such. And then another view of the outfield and the fencing, the trees there that were there. And then beyond that, and some of those trees are still there. We've left them between fields, the stadium field and field 2. You can see the light standards for field 2 that are up there. So this was 1990, and you can see the grass brims that are down the sidelines there. So if we can go to the next screen, please. Just another view from a little bit further along in 1990 when we were getting ready to play the World Series as such. You can see the grass brims and the older stadium complex that's down there. And as a reminder, our fields are the permanent fences are at a 300-foot level, and then the college fence plays at a 220 to a 210-foot distance from home plate. You can see the restrooms that are on each side of the canopy area, the original restrooms that are there. And, you know, we've developed a lot since then. Next slide, please. In the 2000s, USA Softball Stadium went under construction to expand, adding 3,000 additional seats down the first and third base lines on the stadium field, as well as new restrooms, 2 additional fields with lighting, and 500 additional parking lots. The view that's in this top middle of your screen is a view from what we call the Integris Field, looking back at the stadium. So you can see how much work had to be done with a retaining wall and such. This is our secondary field that we use for our for Big 12 event that we have when we do use the 2 fields. The original parking lot being expanded there, and you can see the pictures of Remington there in the background. And then the picture at the bottom is when we expanded and removed the grassy berms and put in the additional 3,000 seats, and it takes us to what we have in our lower bowl right now of 5,100. Next slide, please, Amy. In 2013, 2015 is where the main part of where we're at now started. This is when we started working with the NCA and Mayor Cornett at the time, working with Mark Lewis, who was at the NCA office at that time, and bringing everybody up to date of what we were trying to do and the improvements that the NCA were looking for. They had phases for improvements for athletes, for press and reporters, both radio, TV, as well as newsprint, and then the spectators themselves, as well as ESPN compound that I'll show a little bit later. But in 2013, we started there where we went in and we were putting locker rooms, and we have 2 locker rooms behind each dugout. That's what you see, the reinforcement there of taking back those dugouts and such, and being able to put the locker rooms and the beginning of what is now the city, under the city there of what USA Softball is. The second picture is the building that we use, that we've used for hospitality for many years, and now it's used for the feeding of our workers and stuff. All of the people that come and help us and volunteer at the College World Series and work for us at the College World Series. You can see in the third slide that they're putting the seats back in, that the dugouts and the locker rooms have been put in. And then the same way with number 4, you can see that the increasing the dugout size there for we'd have it. So we can move on to the next slide, please. 2018 to 2021. This is the difference, as you can tell. A lot of different things I want to highlight here. Obviously, the stadium itself. Now we're at a capacity with the lower bowl and the upper, we're at 9,100. We have not had a full College World Series to be able to host the people for that event because of 2020 not happening. We also additionally put outfield bleachers in around the college fence back to our temporary fence of another 3,900 seats. So that brings us up to about a 13,000 capacity level when we're done. But the inner workings of what's there, when you look at the press box in front of you, the upper row is the TV and the radio portion of where those people sit. The middle level is where we have a couple of suites that are used mainly for tournament operations of the College World Series. And we also have a hospitality room that's behind the print media. That section that's in the middle there. We now seat over 100 people in a non-pandemic year within that print media press box. Tournament operations is on that level as well. And then what you can't see is the level below that. The press area, the brand new press room that you've seen some of the presses that happened in 2019 when the teams were there doing their press conferences and where all the newsprint people go to work and where the athletes have access to the tunnels and such is below that. And we're looking forward to having obviously the full facility done this year. And, this would not be able to happen without the citizens of Oklahoma City when they approved several bond initiatives in 2017, where we were fortunate to receive over $25 million toward the stadium renovations and give us a real nice look and feel. Just a few facts, the pitching areas that are on both sides of the outfield where you see the ESPN and the NCAA, those were a combination of what we were able to do between the NCAA and USA Softball to bring those to the to update those and to have those available for the teams. The scoreboard was put there in 2009, excuse me. So we are already currently looking for upgrades to replace that scoreboard in the near future. And then right behind the scoreboard is a field house, and that field house has been out there in use since 2011. That's the area in which the teams go to prior to their games when they're first arriving at the complex. They have locker rooms in there or team rooms in there where they go in and they're able to change before they go off to their practice fields and get ready for the World Series. And then their stuff is moved up to the main field and into the dugouts. A new thing that's been added, and we have not used it yet, is an ESPN compound. It is on the upper picture, on the left picture, and it's on the left-hand side. You'll see that concrete area there. That is where the area in which ESPN has had game day and has had their live TV broadcast from there. And when they break away from the game and the action that's going on the fields, they go to that area in between games and they continue to stay in Oklahoma City and continue to do the broadcast from here versus going back to a studio in either North Carolina or Bristol, Connecticut. That's an area that ESPN will utilize this year because we have not had a chance to do that thus far. As I said, the dugouts, behind each dugout, we have two locker rooms on each side behind the first base and the third base dugout that connect to the tunnels, which are underneath. And the facility, the playing surface that you're looking at, is all brand new as a part of the construction project. We took 18 inches of soil out and we brought in and we put in 4 inches of rock, 4 inches of sand, and then the topsoil along with the sod. Our wings, which are the areas between the dugout and the foul lines, you'll see a little darker green there on your picture. Those are actually natural turf. They're not grass turf. There was so much wear there that we went with natural synthetic stuff there so that we would not wear and would not be hampered during the year. It's also great if you have any rain delays or so. That's an area you do not have to worry about. We're very happy to host the College World Series and be the host of that event. And Oklahoma City has been a big player in that. And we've taken this event to another level. One of the reasons for the initiative obviously was that the NCAA came to us and wanted this championship to go to the next level. And I feel like that with your backing and what we've been able to do at USA Softball and working with the NCAA and a joint effort, and we've been able to take it to that next level. One of the things that we're proud about is that it's not just the NCAA World Series that we host, and this will be our 30th year, but we also host 30 plus weekend events other than that, whether it be the high school state championships for both fast or slow pitch, or the Big 12 event, and then whatever events that USA Softball is able to bring into our city for the stadium in a particular year. This venue has also been the host of multiple world competitions where we've had ESPN do broadcasts. So to say that we're proud and privileged to be a member of the community of Oklahoma City is definitely a small token of what I can say. We are privileged and we are proud to be here. And we want to say thank you to the citizens of Oklahoma City and say thank you to the council for their total support and efforts in allowing us to have this gym in Northeast Oklahoma City. We are known as the softball capital of the world, and we are extremely proud to be here in Oklahoma City. And a few other tidbits, besides the 4,000 additional seats, the one thing that people seem to be amazed about is that there are 131 new restroom facilities for the patrons. It's hard to believe that we're 131 from which takes us to a total of 177 restroom facilities. So that was one of the biggest things that I take away from this whole construction project as well. But City Manager Freeman, thank you so much for allowing me to present. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions if the council has any.
Craig, thank you so much. We're so proud of this event. I know you know that, but I still need to say it out loud. This is a big deal for Oklahoma City, and we're so glad for all the work you put into it. And we're also so grateful to the taxpayers for their commitment to it through this project.
Thank you, Mayor Holt. Your support is definitely greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate it. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Nikki.
Sorry. I just wanted to also say thank you for all that you all do in our community. And Mr. Craig, you forgot to mention the HBCU inaugural softball. The last couple of years, we've been able to host there for a couple of our HBCUs, which are historically Black colleges and universities, at this particular softball stadium. And that was honestly, that was my first time. As long as I've been in Oklahoma City, residing in Northeast Oklahoma City, I had never been to the stadium before until then. And also when I got to see the updates. So we're excited about all of those brand new updates. And I agree, you can never have too many bathrooms. You can never have too many bathrooms. And talk about, will you do me a favor and talk about the art that's coming? We have some public art too.
Yes, that's correct. The one thing that we haven't completed on this phase yet is the public art, and it will everything's still being put together, and it will actually off the stadium, the top of the stadium roof, it will start with a bouncing ball that will carry them to certain locations. So it's like a foul ball coming off the bat that will come and hit the top of the stadium, and then we'll show progression down the different layers and even into the parking lot area with the where our Fan Fest zone is. So yes, that art will be taking place once we figure out how to safely put all the structures in place up there. So that's what they're working on. And my apologies on the HBCU. It is a great event, and this past year we had it was called the Red Dirt Classic, I believe, because we were not able to have all the HBCU teams here, but we look forward to hosting that event in 2022.
Oh, no apologies necessary. I'm just glad that you all are able to host it. Now, I do have probably a controversial question, and I probably should have asked you this before now. But as we're looking at legislation that's coming in different states, I know NCAA is concerned about those things. So what are we looking at as far as women's softball is concerned?
You know, in my position, it's we're a 501c3, so I really can't get into the comments or thought process on political items. But from that standpoint, but as a personal comment that I'll make, it could be very devastating from that standpoint with the new legislation. The NCAA has made it clear that they'll go to states where that they feel like they can work with. And so I know that they've made the same statement here. So, and I also work with the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee because we're the national governing body for the sport of softball. And we follow their stance is very similar to what the NCAA is. So therefore that would be difficult for potential world competitions as well. And I've seen the literature, the statements, the policies that the High School Athletic Association has, and they're very similar to the NCAA as well as the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee.
I just wanted to make sure people understand how devastating this could be to our city and also to our state if we're not able to host this tournament and celebrate 30 years. That would be devastating, and also knowing and understanding and seeing the global impact. When I worked at Starbucks many years ago, I would see some of those softball players that came from Korea and Japan come in to get coffee in our shop just to go to the Northeast side to go play a softball tournament. So I didn't realize those impacts until, you know, when you're in the community and you see different things. So again, I just wanted to echo the devastation that could take place to our city if in fact we're unable to host this tournament.
All right, thank you, Craig. As I said before, I really appreciate Craig's leadership. You know, it's not only leadership in softball, he's a leader in our community, and he's a great partner. He's been so great to work with. And really, this is a community success. And so thank you so much, Craig. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
All right, next up, we have the update or the presentation on the results from the Willard shelter from this last winter. And we have Jared Shaded, who's our homelessness program coordinator, with us to present on this. And I wanted to say how much I appreciate, you know, everyone. There were so many different people that got involved with this, with our elected officials as well as with our nonprofit partners. But Jared did a great job leading this for us, for the city and for the community to really help pull together resources to help get this done. And so I wanted to say how much I appreciate Jared and his leadership in looking out for those who really need this kind of support and have the greatest needs in our community. And so I'll just turn it over to Jared and let him give us an update on the results from the shelter.
First, thanks. I appreciate that very much. I'm going to try sharing my screen here. Let me know if it shows up. Are you able to see that? Working? Okay.
Yes, we got it.
As Craig mentioned, I'm going to go over the results from our temporary shelter facility we opened this year. Typically, we do have a winter shelter plan that we use annually, but that entails all of our shelter providers providing overflow beds in their current locations to get as many people out of the cold on nights when it's below freezing as possible. It's been very successful. We haven't lost anybody to cold-related reasons for the years we've been doing that. But obviously this year we were not able to do that the same way we've been able to, because we could not just put as many people side by side in those current shelter facilities. So we had to find an external location to provide those beds. So we partnered with the Homeless Alliance and the Mental Health Association to open a temporary sheltering facility at the Willard School just west of downtown from January through March. And that closed on March 31st. And I'm just going to go over some of the results of some of the demographics and the overall numbers of stays that we saw at the Willard School. First, not unusual. We did mention when it's warmer, people tend to stay inside more than they go to the shelter. As it cooled off, you saw obviously those numbers went up, peaking at the night, the one I think is the second night of the blizzard. We had 276. The facility could probably hold between 250 and 300 safely. We did get 276 in there safely, but it was getting a little bit sketchy at that point. Luckily, the numbers started to come down after that point, and about the time we closed, we were back down to around 92. We had about almost 11,000 total check-ins from 1,120 different people during the time that was open, and we averaged about 144 people a night. Overall, the numbers I'm going to show you here for the next few slides, they look a lot like our point in time numbers usually come out. The age range here was really between 30 and 60 as the highest you saw. A lot of people didn't want to give their age for reasons I don't know, but they probably would have fallen in that range as well, because typically during point in time, most people do give that information, and that's typically the age range they fall in. It was no different for the shelter facility. Same here for the race and ethnicity demographics. The majority of people were white. Nobody indicated they were of Asian descent. 13% indicated they did not know, and about 8% were Hispanic Latino. 8% is actually exactly what we typically get during the point in time count. Gender, not unusual. 74% were male, because the majority of the homeless population is male, with 25% being female and only about 1% indicating to be gender transgender or gender nonconforming. Only about 27% indicated mental illness, 20% physical disabilities, and 15% with co-occurring disabilities. Interesting thing here was this. I guess it's not too surprising that if people are going to go inside more when it's colder than when it's warmer, then most people actually stayed less than a month total over the nights that they stayed. Only about 3 people stayed the majority of the time the shelter was open. And I'm willing to bet that 86%, the majority were around that peak you saw around the time of that blizzard, with other people coming in periodically between 30 to 60 nights throughout the whole time it was open. Of the people who came in, 23% indicated they'd experienced domestic violence. About 7% were veterans. About 32% were chronically homeless. That means they're either been on the street for over a year or a combined time of over a year over the course of about 4 years. Interesting thing was this, we did want to know how many people had not been in contact with the system before, and about 28% of the total had never had any contact with the service system as far as we could tell. They were not in our database. So that was interesting. The disappointing thing is only about 30 of them decided to do housing assessments. That's actually still very good, because that's 30 people we didn't have in the system before, but those 319 are also now in our system and have been in touch with Outreach. So that doesn't mean they won't agree to do this later, but they didn't agree to do it during the time of the shelter. And now we actually can know where they are, go visit them, and try to get them connected with services in time going forward. And that's just a brief presentation. It's basically most of the information we have on this. For any deeper dive, we can do more if you have some questions on it. I won't have that today though. But if you have any questions on what I just presented, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, Jared, I just have one question that's somewhat more just related to that specific cold snap with the blizzard, or I don't know if it's technically a blizzard. I'm not a meteorologist, but the cold days with snow and things. Can you talk also about the hotel stays? Because I know there was the shelter, but there were more folks who did take advantage of some kind of sheltering and just not at Willard because of capacity reasons and maybe even locale. They're farther away from it rather. Can you talk a little bit about that and what came out of that through the different service providers?
Yeah, well, the part of it is that capacity issue, but on the other hand, the Willard facility, while we had rooms set aside for families, it's not the most friendly environment for families. It really does cater more toward the individuals, which can be a little bit chaotic to try to have families in that environment. So I believe most of the people who tried to set up in hotels were families, and also if we had set them up at Willard, that would have put us over capacity. So total, I think the highest number we had in hotels is about 178 people. Most of those were addressed by Homeless Alliance Outreach and case managers, with another portion by Mental Health Association, some through also church organizations, and the church organizations, the Interfaith Alliance, I believe, provided us with a lot of cash to actually get them off the street. And they started doing that 2 days before the blizzard hit, and they were able to get us money very quickly. So we owe them a debt of gratitude for that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks,
Any other
Jared.
questions? Go ahead, Greg. Sorry.
No, thank you. I just want to say thanks for your presentation and again for your leadership in serving this part of our community.
No problem at all.
So I don't have any other presentations on any of the city manager reports. I did want to mention the sales tax report that's on. We did see a decline. It was greater than what we expected. It was 5.5% down in sales tax for the month of April. And that really covers the back half of February, the first half of March. We really believe that a good portion of that is that significant cold spell that we had with that, historically low temperatures and bad weather over multiple days that really kind of shut down a lot of retail business. And so we think that had a lot of effect, and not just retail, but other types of business too. So we think that had a significant effect there. Overall, still seeing about 3.5% down for sales tax for the year. Use tax is overall for the year at about 13.5% growth. And so overall, when you combine those together, even though it's below where we were last year, it's still about $15 million above target. So been really good performance, better than what we expected. And a lot of that, as I've mentioned before, has been with the assistance that came either through the federal programs with business support and with unemployment, as well as other federal programs and support that we've been able to get out into the community through our small business continuity program. So all of those together, those programs with federal support, have helped offset some of the impact that we anticipated in our economy this year. And so disappointing sales tax check, we think it's explainable. The next two checks really ought to be really strong growth because last year was so bad. One of the things Mayor and I have talked about is you look back to 2019 to kind of get a feel. So we were actually 5.5% below last fiscal year in April. We were 7.5% below if you go back to 2019. So still showing effects of what's happening within the economy and the effects of COVID and other extending effects in the national economy. But we do think this check being down so far has the greatest amount to do with the winter storm. So be happy to answer any questions. Other than that, we'll just make sure we keep you posted going forward on our expectations and what our experience is with sales tax. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Well, that concludes item 12. Item 13 is citizens to be heard. We have no one who signed up to speak. And so we will now proceed to our executive sessions. We approved 3, I believe. And so we will go into that. We will return and we will also possibly consider item 9Y1 following the executive session discussion on that item. All right, we will see the members of council in executive session. All right, we have returned from executive session, and we still have pending item 9Y1, joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority authorizing the firm of Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to represent municipal employee Matthew Guy in the case styled Glover v. County of Oklahoma City et al. So we can now accept a motion on that item. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously, and that concludes all of our business today. So we have reached item 14,